first submitter hasn't arrived. She's based in Newtown, so I suspect they're not unconnected. But we have the team from Olympus Apartments. Do you care to introduce yourself, and we'll go from there?
My name's Suzanne.
First of all, press the green. If it's green in front of you, you're good to go.
Yeah, we'll try again. Kia ora koutou. Lovely. My name is Suzanne Troutson, and I'm the owner, together with my partner Duncan, of Flat 2 at 280 Apartments, 280 Oriental, and I will let the others introduce themselves, but I'm joined with the owners of the respective apartments.
Gabrielle Butler. I'm an owner of Apartment 8 in Olympus Apartments, and I've owned that for 23 years.
I'm David Fullerton. I'm joined by my wife, Jan Fullerton. We're owners of number 5. I am the chairman of the owners committee, so I'm here in that capacity as well.
I'm Stephanie O'Connor. I'm the owner of Apartment 3. I've had that for 7 years.
Sorry, and David did introduce me. I'm Jan Fullerton, Apartment 5.
I'm Sarojini Veerasinghe, representing the Veerasinghe Family Trust. We own Apartment 1 of the building.
Thank you all. So tell me, how many apartments are there in total?
There are 8 apartments, and I'll just note that the remaining owners of apartment 3 and 5, 3, 4, and 6 are not able to make the hearing this morning, but they are all in agreement and all support this. We met last night to discuss, and so this is very much a joint submission from the owners.
Well, you're very welcome. So we've read your submission. So you're welcome to make any additional comments you'd like, and then we might ask you some questions.
Thank you. Well, essentially, I won't cover anything further that's in our submission as such. We have made clear that we do oppose the heritage listing, and we believe that it is simply just not appropriate in the circumstances. We do accept, of course, that it is a building that has some heritage value. We all live there for that reason. We're very passionate about the building, and Gabby will later speak to the work that has been undertaken over the past years to maintain the building. But simply reading the report and going through the certainly the evaluation and the analysis, we just simply do not believe that it meets the threshold of requiring the heritage protection. It is a beautiful building, but there's nothing specific that has been identified in that report. The word significant is used many times. In fact, in one paragraph, I think it's used 5 times, which I appreciate is part of the criteria. But the report doesn't go so far to provide the evidence or the reasoning behind that. So from our perspective, we of course accept that there is some heritage value, but we do not believe that it rises to that threshold that would warrant protection. Secondly, and I've certainly referred to the Resource Management Act, or Section 191, which I'm sure that you're well familiar with, and just working through that criteria there. First, whether the place merits protection. As I said, we do not believe that the evidence is there to support that decision. We certainly query the rationale that elevates our building, being an Art Deco building, but we query whether it does, whether the evidence is there to support that conclusion. And secondly, and I guess our main argument here is also whether the requirement is reasonably necessary for protecting the place to which the requirement relates. Now, as noted in our submission, and we do have copies here, the lease that is in place is quite detailed. So the owners, and it provides a number of clauses that speak to the ability to make structural changes or any significant changes to the building. The owners are prohibited from making any significant changes that would alter effectively the heritage value to the extent that is there in the building. by the lease, and we must have agreement of all 8 owners to do so. Now, as I said, I do have copies of that lease here. I appreciate that that there was a time frame to which we were asked to submit this information, but there was a procedural error where we weren't notified of this hearing.
If you are happy to receive it on the basis you've tabled it, you told us what's in it, and it supports you. So if you just give it to Sam at the end, we'll pick it. We'll read it at our leisure.
Yes. Thank you. And all it shows is just those clauses that are already in the lease and already bind the owners, and prohibit those changes that would alter the heritage of the building. And we go further and say that that is the protection that would be provided by an order. And so in our submission, that protection is already there. So when we're going through that criteria in section 191, the fact of the memorandum of lease, Dave here is the chairman of our, well, body corporate, for want of a better word, but effectively the group of owners under the cross lease, and that is already in place. So there is no need for an order in this particular case. And then also under subsection F, it talks about as appropriate any management strategies. Now, I did speak at length to a person from the Heritage Trust, or the Heritage New Zealand, I think, who ran through the impact any heritage order would have on us. One concern that we have, and I'm no doubt you have heard this from many owners, but it is the additional cost, and that is a material concern, particularly around a rise in insurance, and also the impact that it would have on any amendments that we were to make to the building, or just exercising our rights as owners. There will be additional costs, and while we understand that there is a fund in place, it also appears very, very clear that that the money is not really there in effect. So if there was an order, we would want to have an additional reimbursement order made, or certainly that assurance that any additional costs would be met. While we do live on Oriental Parade, I'd like to say that we're in the worst house on the best street as such. It was my first home, but money is not freely available as such. So this is a very genuine concern. Finally, just from my perspective, just from a procedural point, as I noted, there has been some flaws generally in this hearing and in this process. My partner and I purchased the property in December 2021. We weren't notified of this proposed designation even when it came up. I was notified through the fellow owners. We also checked our LIM very carefully, and it was not noted on there. And we also made additional inquiries with the council about any proposed heritage designation, and no information was disclosed that suggested that the building was being considered. Now I note that the report tendered to council was prior to that, so that was due in 2021. So procedurally, there's been a number of flaws in this process in respect of Olympus. The final point, almost just walking back to the point about whether the requirement is reasonably necessary, I'll just speak to the specific clauses in the lease that then you can read at your leisure. But in terms of the lease, we have the following clauses. First, that we will all contribute to amenities serving the building as a whole. Now, Gabby and Dave will speak to the work that has been undertaken, but certainly the building is, there's a lot of money that goes into its maintenance already. Secondly, that the lessee shall not make any structural alterations to the building without prior written consent of such lessors first obtained on each occasion. Third, if the building is wholly damaged by fire or earthquake, all monies received under the policy shall be expended on reinstatement, so that there's already a commitment that the building will be reinstated, and an agreement between all 8 owners. That's my note, that this agreement, or this lease, was reviewed by all owners, and everybody is in agreement with it. So that's the points that I just wish to speak to. And I'll hand over to Dave to speak.
Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, there's probably not a lot I can add to what Suzanne's already said, but I think by virtue of the fact that we've got 5 of the 8 owners sitting here in front of you would suggest that there is a high level of interest from Olympus as to where this goes and our feelings towards the position that we've been put into, that we're not very interested in the whole idea, frankly. Suzanne has talked about the cross lease. I can only reiterate that it doesn't allow us to do any work that's going to destroy the integrity of the building, either internally or externally. So it's sort of in itself, we've imposed within our cross lease agreement a situation whereby we don't need the heritage thing. It's not something that's going to stop us any further than what we're already doing in terms of whatever the heritage people think a building is worth. There are a couple of things that I suppose from our personal point of view really is the imposition of costs that are could arise from the fact if we were made into a heritage building. For example, we're advised that insurance companies, once we're designated as a heritage building, there is let's stop here, guys. So we'll have to make provision for this in some way. So we're potentially facing an increase in premiums if that's the case, or finding an insurer who's prepared to insure us is the other. And that current climate is actually hard enough as it is to keep our just in the throes of doing the budget now for the Olympus building, and the insurance cost are the predominant cost for us in that building to date, and they only keep climbing every year. And heritage status on this building likely to increase that. I wouldn't know by how much. I can't even hesitate to guess, but it does have an impact, and I don't think we should be have that imposed upon us. And the other imposition of costs that I think is relevant is the fact that if any of us wish to sell our apartment, the fact that it's a heritage building is often seen as a stopper in terms of interest for potential buyers. It makes it more difficult to sell. And for some of us who are retired, that may be something we'll look at doing down the road. And we don't wish to find ourselves in a position of having to have additional issues associated with the heritage building, making life difficult for any of us who are looking perhaps to potentially sell their apartment. I don't have anything further to say. I think Suzanne's covered pretty much all that's worrying us and the comments I've made. I'd make the point that the architect, which was one of the statements in the report, Edmund Anscombe, he's got a number of buildings around Wellington. We're not quite sure why Olympus has been picked out, as Suzanne says. There is nothing much in the report that would justify Olympus being part and parcel of this heritage structure any more than any other building in town that's Anscombe designed, if that's the case. So our view collectively is that we do have a serious concern about it. We're not in favour of this. We would like it withdrawn, and we would like it to be seen that we're very much against the imposition of historical heritage status on our Olympus building. Gabriel, did you want to say something? I think at one stage.
Yeah, thank you. As I said, I've held an apartment in this building for 23 years. And based on the cross lease, if you've ever tried to get 8 people to agree to any, it has to be sound and it has to be viable. people that buy into this building are very passionate about it. Back in 2015, the council tried to make us a heritage building, but could find no cause to progress any further. We went to a meeting and it just went nowhere because they couldn't justify why that happened. We did earthquake strengthening to our own cost. We went to the council and said, would you support us? They said no. So we have maintained that building. Now, for us to get to a almost 100% level, we were going to have to completely reshape that building. Now, we elected not to because we wanted to maintain the integrity of the building, and we got to an acceptable level of earthquake strengthening. And again, that was all at our own costs. We've had attempts to try and buy airspace, but the owners all the way through have said we are not changing the fundamental structure of the building. When we did the earthquake strengthening inside, there was really little heritage apart from a lift, which was deemed unsafe, so we had to remove it. We've actually put some features in there to make it look like a heritage, to look like an Art Deco building. We've put them in mainly to hide wires and things like dado rails and structures, but we have done that to preserve the look of the building because we're very passionate and care very deeply about it. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you all. One point I would make is that Section 191 relates to heritage protection listings. That isn't this process. We are operating under a different set of criteria that are prescribed by the regional policy statement. So got to think through those. So just wanted to, that's not a question, that's just advice. Is the nature of the process is a little different, but like there are parallels that we have to with the 191 criteria, but they're not exactly the same, and so didn't want that to come as an unpleasant surprise. But Commissioner Lewis, do you have any questions? No. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for clarifying that Section 191 matter too. My question was to, is it Ms. Butler? Yes. I'm interested in two aspects of your verbal presentation. The first was you said in 2015 the council attempted to list the building. Can you give me a little bit more detail on what that process was? Was it a plan change or was it just some consultation?
It was a shambles, really. All we got was a letter in the mail saying, we're going to make your building a heritage one. So we opposed it and then went to a meeting. We asked for the meeting where the owners all came along to get them to tell us why we just got this letter. Two, we didn't even understand what it was. Were there any benefits for us? Would they support it? So they really couldn't justify anything. So the meeting sort of came to a halt.
Yes.
And we left.
Yes. Did you get the impression that that was part of a wider process looking at other buildings?
I had no idea. They couldn't even answer that.
I think it's fair to say that Gabriel is probably the longest standing owner within Olympus and has had this historical record in their head. Most of us, being recent purchases, don't. So,
okay, we might take that up with Mr. McCutcheon further when his right to reply, so he can just explain how that fitted into the statutory process. I'm aware that the council did go through some different plan changes between 2000 and the proposed plan, some of which dealt with heritage. I'm not sure whether that was part of that or not. So
yeah, it was very vague.
Yes. Yeah. Second line of question regards the earthquake strengthening that you referred to. Just going back a step, was there ever a notice served on the apartments from the council?
Yep, we had yellow sticker.
Yes.
So we proceeded and did the work straight away.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense. And what was the acceptable level that, in terms of the percentage of the code that you achieved through the strengthening?
It's we're up to about 45% NBS.
Yes.
As I said, anything further was going to completely rechange the whole look of the building.
Yes.
Yeah, there was very strict. Brendan Burns Park with the engineers for this. It was before my time, of course. Gabriel has the history of that, but as an engineer, I know a little bit what was going on.
Yeah.
And the Clenham Burns Park were the engineers for that, and that was about as good as they're going to get. Personally, putting my engineering hat on, the building I think is a lot stronger than that, and I think Clenham Burns also admit that, but they just can't put the numbers to make sure
Yes.
it demonstrates that.
And that work met your statutory obligations in terms of the notice.
Yes. Yeah.
Third area of my question is I want to get a feel for the types of work that you think might be necessary that would conflict with the heritage listing. And I know that requires a little bit of stargazing, but you must have a long-term maintenance plan, do you? For the
We do, sort of, but some of the issues that the building's old. Let's get real, and so there are things that are going to have to be replaced, like let's say the window sashes, which are currently timber. Timber won't last forever, so we have to replace that one day, sometime. And we do the lot. That's the way it works. And well, put it this way, if we replace some timber, then we just have to do the one. If we go to another type of product, then we're faced with doing the whole damn building. But it's there'll be a change. And if the heritage structure would require us, as I understand it, to put it back as it is today, which is timber, and that might not be something that we're able to afford to do. You're imposing upon us potentially an additional cost in that sense.
Yes.
We would, could possibly go to a steel or whatever type of other framing systems will be around in those days.
Yes.
Plastic, I don't know, but it still strikes me as there will be other things potentially, but no one's thinking about putting verandas out there or anything like that, although I'd love to, but I wouldn't get the 8 or 7 other owners agreeing to that.
Yes.
So there's nothing that I can think of, correct me if I'm wrong, nothing I can think of that would actually necessitate us, other than from a visual perspective of the, say, windows, doors. So.
The reason I asked that question, I need to understand what the imposition and hardship would be in terms of undertaking works that are identified in the long-term maintenance plan that would come up against a resource consent process. So you've given me one example, window sashes. Certainly there are others that would also trigger
Could we
that.
not report to you have got a plan, a long-term plan that you've been working through?
Yeah, when I became chairman, we put together a maintenance plan, and so we're just working through that process now. Been there for a couple of years, and we've knocked off most of them actually at this point. But things happen in the building. There are still things to be sorted and done, but a lot of it might well be within the apartment units themselves, which is in the owner's cost. And while we're in the memorandum of lease, there's a requirement there for each apartment to be inspected yearly. That's not done, and I don't think we would want to do that necessarily. We just rely on the owners to maintain their unit in the manner to which everyone else is. So that's as good as it gets.
Is it the cost associated with the resource process, or the uncertainty about the resource process that presents the greatest concern to the owners?
Oh, it would be a cost. I mean, some of us don't have an income anymore. We're just living up what we have in the bank. So it's any sort of cost out of the ordinary, something hard to handle for a lot of us.
Understood.
I'll just say further that it's also the cost of ensuring that the rebuild or any work done aligns with the specific heritage value that that council deems us to, comply with. And so, we are located by the ocean. We do have a fountain that sprays water over our building quite regularly.
When it works.
Yeah. But, we do have a number of areas of maintenance that do pop up. So we've got the long-term maintenance plan, but then there's also areas, I know for my apartment, the windows are a good example. But no doubt there will be these issues arising just by virtue of where we are located. And I think from my perspective, the concern around the difference in costs and undertaking a remediation strategy that is, consistent with heritage value. If say the person at council reviewing this puts sort of a higher threshold, then it would be, just more costly.
Thank you for that.
There is a degree of uncertainty there, though, as well, of course.
Yes.
Could I
Yes.
just say something?
Yeah.
As a community, we're a very close-knit community. There's only 8 apartments. And I think we're fairly passionate about the building and we do respect it greatly. And I think we've got to stress that. And I don't think that you'll see any changes to it visually. So I think that's got to be said.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you once again, and just a couple of questions from me. So talk me through, is it a body corporate structure that governs the, so if it's not, what is it? What?
It's a cross lease.
So it's just a simple cross lease arrangement, and you're the chair of
The
the,
chair of the owners committee, basically.
right,
We do loosely term it the body corp, but from a legal perspective, that's not strictly correct.
Yeah.
But I'm the chair. Yeah.
and if, and so are all 8 apartments owner occupied?
Yes.
One.
About one's not. Yeah.
Oh, so, but most of the apartments are occupied by the people who own.
Yes.
7 out of the 8.
Yeah, 7 out of the 8. Whenever I drive down Oriental Parade, the building I recognise the most is Olympus Apartments. Like as soon as I saw Olympus Apartments, I thought, I know exactly where that.
We got our washing hanging out the window.
Yeah. I know exactly where that building is, and it does have a very prominent appearance aesthetically within Oriental Parade. If I was a rich developer that came in and said, look, I'll offer you more money than you could say no to, and all 8 of you agree, yes, you can buy this block of apartment because that money is it. Would we want protections in there to ensure that the building stays as it is? Or do you think that that's not necessary given that the chances of that happening are? The reason I ask is that we are trying to make sure that the arrangement now, I absolutely understand and I get, but there may not be the arrangement in the future, long after, we may not even be here. Are we satisfied, that there are enough measures in place to ensure that those things that are important about Olympus Apartments stay important?
Well, I think you
Because
can
the lease
handle.
agreement
Yeah.
can be changed, right?
Okay,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Right, Commissioner. I think we could deal with that via another medium than putting us into heritage structural status. It's the council can deal with that in some way if they wish to keep the vestige of what you see. I agree with you. It's the building stands out, and that's why we're so proud of the silly thing. But the reality is, you don't have to put a heritage status on our building to stop the situation. I would very love to have a developer throw a whole lot of dosh at me for my apartment. Thank you very much.
I
think that would be a fine thing.
It's our homes and that's it. I mean, we, as retirees, those are our homes and retiree, and then others like Gabriel, who's been there for 23 years.
I can tell you in that time, no one's ever approached a developer. They couldn't afford to pay us out. It wouldn't be an attractive option for a developer.
And the final question, who's got the flashiest department?
We all have.
Good answer.
Good example is the airspace. They were offered a lot. We weren't owners at that point. We've only
Yeah,
owned
I
the
was there,
apartment.
yeah.
You were.
Yeah.
But
They refused to sell it.
we've only owned our apartment for 7 years. But they were offered a lot of money for that airspace and they turned it down. So I think that's a good example of how passionate they are, or we are now, about the building.
Thank you.
We don't let just anyone in.
We're very select.
Yeah.
You have to love the building to get in.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I think we understand exactly where you're coming. Appreciate your time and your strength in numbers.
Good.
All right. That's it.
We'll call it a day.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Wellington, you and your team ready to roll?
Yes. Someone's iPad or tablet here. I don't know if that's- The council. That would be Ian and Christina.
So, Mr. Ballinger, we have your submissions. We have speaking notes from Ms. Wong and Ms. Mackay. We have evidence from Mr. and from Mr. Kelly.
Yes, that's
So
the complement of our papers.
which is a lot to get through in half an hour. So how do you propose to proceed?
So thank you, sir. So I'm Duncan Ballinger. As you know, I'm counsel for Wellington's Charitable Trust, and with me in person and online, I have Felicity Wong and Christina Mackay from Wellington's from Historic Places Wellington, Victoria Stace, who's a resident of Hay Street, and then Bill Mackay, who is a expert on architecture, who's on Teams. I'm going to make a few comments to open.
Kelly is in the distance I see behind you.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Kelly as well, who
Don't forget him.
Just it's in a peripheral role at the moment.
Mr. Kelly may have one or two points to add, but he also might have addressed you in his separate presentation with the Heritage Professionals. So I'm anticipating that the four people here, as well as Mr. Mackay, will speak briefly. Anyway, so I'll get things rolling. I just wanted to speak to one or two legal points that I've heard discussed over the last week with the council's presentation. The first was the demolition policy, which I think is now HHP 11, and we had proposed in our legal submissions a slight amendment to the wording of that policy to better capture the need to look at whether maintenance and repair on an ongoing basis is or was a reasonable alternative to total demolition. I understood from Mr. McCutcheon's presentation that he was comfortable with those, with my proposed amendment there. I also had heard a little bit of debate or discussion about whether the 5 alternatives to demolition in that policy should be linked together by an and or by an or. And in my view, there should be an or there. The reason for that is that if any of those 5 alternatives is a reasonable option or alternative to demolition, then the policy intent is that demolition should not occur. So a resource consent would not be granted because there is one or more alternatives to demolition. That's all I wanted to say on that policy. And then Ms. Wong and Ms. Mackay have got some nominations for additional heritage structures or areas that they're going to speak to in their presentation. Just in terms of a couple of opening comments on those, there's been a point raised by Mr. McCutcheon about the absence of specific consultation with the owners of those buildings, and that arises from the fact that the nominations were made in firstly in a submission on the draft district plan, as I understand it, and then in a submission on the proposed district plan by a submitter rather than through the council's notification of the plan. And so because of that's how they've arisen, there hasn't been an opportunity for consultation with the owners. All I really want to say about that is that there isn't a legal requirement in the RMA to consult with the owners before a heritage listing or protection is imposed over property. And there was, of course, an opportunity for the owners to view the summary of submissions, which was publicly notified. So there's also, you can take comfort that there's been some consultation or a pretty good level of consultation on those buildings where there's been a Heritage New Zealand listing, and there are a couple of examples that we'll speak to soon where there's been a listing given by Heritage New Zealand in the last couple of years. The Heritage New Zealand process involves consultation with owners, and applies similar concepts and values before a heritage listing is given. Ms. Wong is going to speak to what essentially has become a catch-22 for the heritage community and heritage stakeholders such as Historic Places Wellington, and this again goes to the consultation point. But the heritage community, as I understand it, was told that if you want a new heritage building to be on the schedule, then you should wait for the upcoming district plan review. And so the Historic Places Wellington and others have duly waited for that to come along and made additional nominations as part of the draft district plan process and then in the proposed district plan process. And now the council has indicated that it hasn't had resources to advance those nominations, and so if they aren't able to proceed to be listed on the schedule, then there's a risk that they may not be able to be advanced by a private plan change for a 2-year period. So it does create quite a difficulty for the heritage community in terms of the lack of resource that has been put into looking at those heritage nominations. That's all I wanted to say in terms of general points. Now, just on 3 specific heritage nominations that have been put forward by the 2 submitters before you. The first is just to clarify one aspect of the Aotearoa Civic Square area, and the 2 submitters have proposed that that should be a heritage area with the corresponding protections. As I understand it, last week there was a bit of discussion about what is lost in terms of protection if that Civic Square area doesn't get a heritage area status. And I understand Ms. Smith, Moira Smith, or Mr. McCutcheon indicated that there are 2 buildings in there that have a heritage listing for the particular building, so they would maintain protection. I just wanted to clarify that under the operative district plan, the municipal office building has got a level of protection because it's included as a contributory building to the heritage precinct, I think it's called, under the operative district plan. So if a heritage area is not continued over the Civic Square area, then that contributory status would be lost. That's the first specific nomination I wanted to speak to. The second one is the Hay Street, where the submitters have proposed that there should be a heritage area there. A number of residents have expressed views and engaged with this process through Puki Puki Pari, which is the Residents Association. The panel also has a very good level of information before you in the form of Mr. Kelly's report, as well as Ms. Smith's comments and review on that report. And there's alignment between those two experts that there is a high level of heritage value in the Hay Street area. And as I understand it, there's a bit of work to be done between those two experts, and it suggests that would occur by caucusing. That's to firm up the boundaries and the identification of which buildings are primary and contributing. So in my submission, there seems to be a relatively minor level of further work required before that could progress to be a heritage area. Ms. Stace, who's a resident of Hay Street and secretary of Puki Puki Pari, has a couple of comments. So I'll invite her to speak to those. And just to let you know, she needs to head off at
20 past 10.
Yeah, so if you have questions for her, then perhaps those can go at this point in time. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Gallinger, I had 3 questions for you.
Yes.
The first is in relation to your suggestion about total demolition policy.
Yes.
And the question I put to Mr. McCutcheon is whether your amendment to clause 1 works, whether it actually tells you what is the relevance of whether buildings have or have not been regularly maintained. You say you're taking into account the extent, but it's in the so what category. Does it need to say more clearly that if they haven't been retained, that would be a reason why maintenance and repair is a more viable option than it might otherwise be?
Yes,
which I understand the point, which is the point, but I do not derive that sense from the words of the policy.
Yes, I agree with you, sir, and I think a better drafting could be done to capture that that is the intent of item 1 under that policy, perhaps taking some of the flavour from paragraph 11 of our submissions, where we've quoted from the English provision in their planning framework. And I know perhaps the panel might not be interested in looking at the idea of deliberate neglect, and that's quite hard to measure. But the idea that, where there has not been regular maintenance of a building, regardless of the reasons for that, if that has not occurred, then that indicates there was a reasonable alternative to total demolition, and so that goes into the assessment of what reasonable alternatives there are or were. So yeah, I don't have a particular drafting of how that could be done on the spot, but I agree, sir, that could be made more clear.
Second point, saying, well, the library should be decided now, and shouldn't wait to see if redevelopment proceeds and what's the result.
Yes.
Which is what I derive from your paragraph 21.
Yes.
Having walked past it, it's already underway.
Yes. When I wrote that, I hadn't walked past it for a while and looked in, and I do now see that it is, some way through construction, so that does indicate that it is heading towards a pretty significant redevelopment. So that does weaken the point that I've made there in 21. Can't really take that any further.
And lastly, your discussion in paragraph 29 about the Salvation Army Citadel. point I was going to put to you is saying that the submitters have provided detailed information seems to be something of an overstatement for a one-page statement.
Yes.
With no indication of their qualifications to make comment.
Yes, sir. I can't really take that any further. I think that's the extent of the information that is before you about that possible listing.
Okay, well, I wonder if, given Ms. Stace's time constraint, we should hear from her first and then swap to Ms. Wong and Ms. Mackay.
Yes, thank you.
Stace.
Tēnā koutou, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you briefly on the matter of the heritage proposal for Hay Street. I've got 4 short points that I would like to make. First is that the fact that the Council and its heritage expert are considering making Hay Street a heritage area supports our earlier submission. I'm talking about Puki Puki Parry residents, that there is a public amenity value in this area that underpins our request for restrictions on high-rise development. 2021 report prepared by Mr. Kelly that the Council's expert praised refers to the iconic landmark of Mount Victoria, how Oriental Bay is highly praised for its contribution to amenity, how it's a key component of the recreational network and an integral part of the urban landscape. And it talks about those important view shafts to and from the Bay and Mount Victoria. So those comments endorse our view that high-rise development would undermine that public amenity value, and the benefits of retaining the character in this area is such that they amount to a qualifying matter. Secondly, I wanted to add that preserving Hay Street as a heritage area is consistent with our earlier submissions in a more general way. We've been arguing that the area is not suitable for high-rise development for a number of reasons. Of course, the big one is the public amenity value, but there's also issues around topography, the narrowness of that one and only access street, and safety issues that arise from that. There's also the point that there's only limited scope to build apartment buildings in this area anyway because of the lack of suitable sites. So recognising the area as a heritage area makes sense in view of those concerns. Third point, if you support the proposal that Hay Street should be protected as a heritage area, I suggest that would affect your approach to other topics, such as the Oriental Bay Height Precinct, because it creates a stronger case for keeping the precinct to protect the public views of the heritage area and the public amenity value of those views. And I did want to point out there's, in our view, an ambiguity in Mr. McCutcheon's 42A report. The report suggests at para 1274 that the 2 heritage experts should have further discussions with a view to redefining the scope of the heritage area. And it suggests that the properties along the parade would be omitted. But I'd suggest that's not an accurate reflection of what Moira Smith said in her report. She said that the properties along the parade that have a physical or historical connection to Hay Street or Bering Street should be included in the heritage area, and that's at para 1017 of the Moira Smith report. My final point is that I understand the panel may be interested to know what Hay Street residents think about the proposal. I've canvassed Hay Street residents. I have done an email out to all the residents of Puki Puki Parry, as well as a letter drop to the residents of Hay Street Extension, and the bottom part of Telford Terrace, which is at the top end of Hay Street. In total, around 50 households. I received 11 responses. 10 of those were in favour of the heritage proposal. 1 was opposed. So I clearly can't claim to speak on behalf of all the residents of Hay Street. Of course, some of the properties were tenanted, so I don't even know if I managed to get through to the actual owner of the property. But that's what it is. It suggests there's a decent level of support. One resident that expressed concerns about the lack of height restrictions in the front row, echoing the comments, excuse me, that I've made today. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, and ngā mihi.
And I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of Ms. Stace. No. Have a. Oh, yes.
You'd like a?
A copy of your notes?
Yes, of course. I
that
can
you've just
summarise key points for you. Would that be helpful?
Yes, yes, please. Well, I don't have any, that's very clear, Stace. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to invite Mr. Mackay, who's online on Teams, to speak briefly about the Gordon Wilson Flats nomination. I think he brings a slightly different perspective to some of the other experts that you've heard on that building. So I'll just get him to, he's got a minute or two of comments he wanted to make.
Be up there, Mr. Mackay.
He is, I think he might be on mute though.
Got some symbol on the
Can you find your mute button, please?
Yeah. We'll stop it.
Yeah, just hold fire for a moment.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, there was a message there saying it had been disabled by the meeting organiser, but it's back now. So, tēnā koe, as was mentioned before, I'll just focus on some of the points that I made, point 17 onwards in my evidence. As to one of the reasons why there is generally, I'd say, public scepticism about the listing of buildings such as this. There is a perception that the heritage value of medium and high density buildings is not really that there are no values there. I really think that has got a lot to do with public unfamiliarity with large and medium density, high density buildings in New Zealand, and the issue of modernism as well, which I made in point 18. Public perception of the value of modernism. There is a perception out there that these buildings are often too recent or too unattractive to be valuable heritage. Another point I made was in point 19, was the time lag in the public accepting value and merit of buildings. And we can see I listed 3 books supporting that. And we can see evidence of that. For example, the Impressionist painters are widely loved by the general public, but they were derided at the time. And we see a similar kind of thing happening when we're looking at modernism, particularly large buildings. And the final point, point 20, is the familiarity of the public with buildings. I grew up and I spent my teenage years in Napier and Hastings, and it's hard to believe that in the 1970s we were demolishing the Art Deco heritage of Napier and Hastings. Now, of course, it's considered a treasure, but over familiarity with these buildings at the time sometimes means that we lack the objectivity to appreciate them fully. Those were all the points I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Any questions? I have a question, Mr. Mackay. You say, well, you're attributing the public view to unfamiliarity with high density buildings and with modernism generally. The devil's advocate position would be, with at least as regards the Gordon Wilson Flats and indeed the McLean Flats next to them, there's a body of scepticism around resulting from their poor condition and the fact that they're known to be empty.
Yes, I don't really see that how that relates to attributing value to the buildings in terms of, you know, their historic heritage. So I could also kind of like argue a point, and I did mention that in a time of climate change and the need for an increase in sustainability at the moment, that really it is in the public interest to retain large buildings like this and retrofit them. And it is acceptable to have a degree of adaptive reuse in these buildings rather than preserving them exactly as it is. I also made the point that there's a building that's actually slightly older that came out of the first Labor government as well in Auckland, in Simon Street by the architect Frederick Newman. That was empty, that was very run down, but that has been successfully restored by this university and now accommodates a range of PhD students and their families very happily.
Commissioners, any questions? Oh, yes. Mr. McMahon has pointed out that he has declared a conflict on the Gordon Wilson flats. He won't be participating. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner Faulkner. Any questions? I think that's it from us, Mr. Mackay.
Thank you.
So I'll hand over to Ms. Wong and Ms. Mackay for their presentation.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question of Mr. Ballinger? So your question 37, your para 37 around the consultation, you made the comment, as you do in your submission, that there is no legal requirement for that. Do you think a summary of submissions that's been issued publicly is a fair and reasonable test of consultation?
On its own, maybe not, but you've got to look at it in the context that there's been known for 3+ years that the council is doing a full plan review. So all resource management issues are potentially going to be the subject of change or submission. So over that 3-year process, where there's been a spatial plan, draft district plan, leading to the notification and the summary of submissions, there's, in my submission, a level of public awareness that things may change through that process. So perhaps the summary of submissions on its own it is what it is, but you've got to look at that preceding chronology.
Is that not a generic? So that's a generic process though, rather than a specific one.
Yes.
So if someone owns a property,
yes,
that they haven't sought anything in the process about, but a third party has said that that particular property should have some sort of status around it.
Yes.
Is what you're saying is that they should the owner of that property should pick that up when the summary of submissions is issued?
Yes, and knowing that there is a district plan review underway, and they'll obviously be aware that their building may have heritage values, and so there could be parties interested in protecting those.
Based on, that's an assumption, right? That they were aware that. How do you know that for a fact? How do you know?
I don't know. It's an assumption that I suppose people that own a building have a reasonable appreciation of how old it is and what sort of heritage values it might have. Yeah.
Right.
I had a follow-up question on that general matter. One I wanted to ask you earlier. The comparative process might be with designations where property is affected by a road widening, but the requirement there is that the individual owner is notified directly, the serve notice. That's not the situation with a heritage listing though, is it?
No, so there's no requirement, and there hasn't been a council direct notification. I suppose the other point I would make on this is that the district plan will change any number of aspects of the regulation of all sorts of properties. So lots of people will not know what rules might change to their property, and potential heritage owners could be, I suppose, a special category within that, but all sorts of things will change, and if people haven't been engaging with the process, then they won't know, and that's just, that is what it is.
Yeah. Is there a case to be made that where initial submissions are adding an item of additional protection?
Yes.
That regardless of the legal requirements, that panel might need to take account of a fairness and natural justice type issue relating to the ability of the landowner to actually know without any direct service from the council.
Yes, I'd agree that that's something you need to
take into account. Yes. Okay, thank you for that. And just while I've got you, I had a question on policy P11 also. Yeah. Thank you for your legal submissions on that. When we discussed that with Mr. McCutcheon last week, it became apparent that maintenance and repair was meant to be both past looking and forward looking.
Yes.
So that and you're focused on the past component, like to what extent has well, let's be frank, to what extent has there been deferred maintenance intentionally or unintentionally? Yes. And is that a reasonable matter? The second component was where there's future repair and maintenance required for non-skeptical reasons, if you like. Yes. There might be internal guttering put in that's led to water damage that wasn't discovered until it was too late, and it's led to repair issues. And the question then is the reasonableness of the costs associated with that repair in relation to the total. And that's a matter that Mr. McCutcheon's going to report back to us on. I just wondered if you had any comments on that.
I agree that with, I suppose, the general proposition that the policy should direct attention towards maintenance in the past that has been undertaken or should have been undertaken as part of typical building practices, and then also should look at whether continuing that level of maintenance over time is a reasonable alternative to demolition.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Ballinger, with regards to that maintenance or neglect of the buildings, the English National Policy Planning Framework that you have actually cited here talks about the evidence of deliberate neglect. How is that determined? What is deliberate?
I don't know how the English planners sort of do that assessment. I appreciate, I suppose, Mr. McCutcheon's point that is difficult to know whether the neglect has been deliberate and what sort of standard you measure them against. So no, I don't know how.
Wouldn't there be a requirement to have that either spelled out in some standards to see what is deliberate or not?
Yeah,
because, for example, deliberate if people don't have the money, and we've heard submitters say that, if people don't have the money to, maintain to a certain standard, is that deliberate? There is a lot of,
there is
where I'm coming from. There's a
deliberateness
lot of,
to it, but it's more understandable, I suppose, how that might occur.
And I think, I'm just worried about the having the word deliberate neglect in there. It's really hard to prove what is deliberate, and there needs to be, if that would be in the plan, something in the plan that actually qualifies that.
Yes, I agree with that. I think that the amendments that Mr. McCutcheon's proposed to now policy 11, go some way towards, I suppose, allowing the consent authority to look at maintenance and repair and whether that's occurred, and there doesn't necessarily need to be a judgment about whether that was deliberate or not, and why it was deliberate.
So you would agree with the changes that he has made that goes to satisfy your relief thought?
Yes, yes, subject to a couple of those further tweaks that I've put forward.
HHP 7 in your paragraph 8, you have made some amendments in red.
Yes.
Under 1C, you are adding and integrity of all components of the heritage building or heritage structure. If you demolish something, how can you actually retain the integrity of all components of the structure by demolishing something? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, so this policy, remember, is looking at partial demolition. So, and the concern that we're, I suppose, focused on here is facadism. And so if the, a partial demolition means that all of the components that contribute to the heritage status or values of the building are being lost, then that should count against a resource consent.
I'm just trying to picture that in my mind. If we have a building with 4 elevations and a roof, and we take away the back elevation,
yes,
you still have relatively large amounts of fabric left, but you have actually made an impact on, or have an effect on, the integrity and authenticity of the building. I'm just nervous about your wording of integrity of all components, because if you still have all components, you haven't demolished anything.
Yes, so I suppose you need to look at it in terms of whether the listing is, what part of the building has the listing, whether it's the facade or going back, X meters, as is often the case. Yeah, and so that gives an indication of what parts of the building have that heritage value.
But facadism is usually resulting out of a building as in its entirety being scheduled, and
Yes.
so and then parts of that will be removed,
Yes,
demolished. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that the integrity of all components, that this is the right wording, because I think if you have all components, we haven't demolished anything,
yes,
and it's mutually exclusive.
Yes, I understand. I suppose just to give you a bit of context, that wording it didn't come out of nowhere. That was based on the ECOMOS charter, which I suggested there should be reference to at point 6 of that. That policy. So there is some precedent for wording along those lines of looking at the whole structure.
But that did not come out of a paragraph that was actually looking at facadism, did it?
I think it did, because the ECOMOS charter has an express reference to avoiding or facadism wherever possible. So that's how I understood it.
I remember that says that facadism is actually not a conservation process.
Right. Okay.
So they cut it out completely. They are not saying you can do it if all components are there. That's how I understand it, but I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a follow-up question on that. Sorry to extend that. I just in that paragraph 6 edition, or that clause 6 edition, Mr. Bellinger,
yes.
Would the ECOMOS New Zealand Charter be an externally referenced document in the plan?
So it already is, because it is incorporated by reference in the appendix that I've indicated there. And so what I'm asking for is it to be elevated into a matter under that policy.
So it's already, they've already got over that hurdle of it being a document that's outside the plan. And you're just referencing that in clause 6. Yes, thank you.
Well, okay.
Oh, tēnā koutou. I'd just briefly like to go back to Gordon Wilson Flats just for a minute. I'd like to bring to the Commissioner's attention some international projects that are relating to modernist housing blocks. In 2021, architects Lacaton and Vassal won the International Pritzker Prize. It is the equivalent of the Nobel Prize for architects. Their award-winning work included the reuse of a mid-century modernist social housing blocks, some in Paris and some in Bordeaux. And instead of demolition and reconstruction, they carefully developed the design facades to improve living spaces and circulation. And their approach respected the aims of the original designers and also the aspirations of the current occupants. So their philosophy, which won the Nobel Prize, was to never demolish, never remove or replace, to always add, transform and reuse as a principle of generosity and economy, and a strong commitment to sustainability and to social impact. So there's plenty of examples of this retrofitting that that Bill Mackay is talking about.
Kia ora koutou, Commissioners, and thank you team for commenting, and they'll also chip in on a couple of other buildings. I'll skip quite quickly through some of these. This former primitive Methodist church in Newtown has significant social heritage value, and the people of Newtown have provided information about this, which we included in our presentation. And I'm glad to hear that you're going to visit Newtown and perhaps you'll stop by. The thing about this church is the very, very, very old schoolroom, which is behind this church. This is the second church on the side, but the schoolroom is behind it. We support the Section 42A recommendation on this one and on Robert Stout, the next building in the university. And then we come to 3 buildings where we take a different view from the owners, I guess. The first one is 154 Victoria Street. This building has a bit of a history about listing or not. You've heard from Mr. Leary already. We support the evidence provided about the significant heritage of this building. It's quite a rare building now for one of the 3 cities that Wellington had. Wellington started off with a wooden city, and then it had a city that looked like this, Victorian and Edwardian warehouse buildings in Victoria Street. And then now it has a modern city on top. And what you've got is some very rare kind of leftover remnants of what the areas looked like. And this is one of those leftover remnants. So we support the evidence that the council has that this is should be a heritage scheduled building. The next one, 134, you heard from Sue Levitt yesterday, Sue and Henry Levitt. This building has been listed by Heritage New Zealand Poheri Tanga since 1994. And when my friend Mark Levitt bought this building, it was already listed for a long time. What used to be the headquarters of the Symphony Orchestra. And it's an extremely rare, one of 4 1860s buildings that remains in the CBD. And you can walk for more than half a kilometre before you find another wooden building like this in the CBD. And that building is in Gusney Street, the next one. So we do support Moira Smith and the Section 42A recommendation that this become a listed heritage building on the plan. The third building, you've also heard from the owner, I believe, is the 1943 Anscombe building at 233 Willis Street. And you've heard from the Olympus apartment people this morning also in an Anscombe building. And in fact, Mark Levitt, the late Mark Levitt, owns an Anscombe building or half of it in Oriental Bay, as well as the heritage building next to his wooden building. So he really loved his heritage buildings, 3 of which he owned. Anyway, this Anscombe building, we would refer you to the evidence that the City Council has obtained that this has regional significance. And so we speak in support of that.
We also support the listing for the Imani House in 1 Ranfurly Street, including the interior. And I understand that this is the only residential interior on the council's list. And it's fantastic. I've seen it myself. I've taken as an interior architect and academic. The research has shown me that really the interior fabric of the residential houses in Wellington is largely lost, and so treasuring some interior fabric is really important. And so Emery House is actually very rare. As the council moves to broaden the scope of heritage appreciation generally with their upcoming policy changes, having more distinctive interiors from different decades could be identified and celebrated in Wellington, so that we've got some history in this area that is available. The owners of this house have in the past have been very generous in opening their home to groups that are interested in heritage and to students of the design school at Victoria University. And so, in a sense, the listing is a public listing for the benefit of Wellingtonians. But there are a lot of frustrations, as you have heard, about owning a house like this, and especially the interior of a house, because it's your personal living space, and yet it has value for the public and for students and all sorts of people. So I think that the WCC needs to support the owners in maintaining, in this particular case, in maintaining and adapting the house so that it works for their living, and also perhaps contribute to the costs that are involved in having this treasure or owning this treasure. So I would, we would recommend that the council needs to develop policies that are appropriate for the listing of interior spaces, and they could be interior features. They could be a range of treasures that belong to our city.
Just to add on that point, there was discussion about the garden and the fence and the not having a carport and so on. And I think what was lost the other day was that the one thing that is very special about this house, not the exterior, not the fence, not the weeds in the garden or whatever, the one thing are the ceilings. And of course that was because the master craftsman who made plaster ceilings in Wellington and elsewhere, this was his home, so it has these incredible ceilings. McLean Flats and Hurston House, there's plenty of information. I think listening to the debate the other day with Moira Smith, she indicated that some further work was required, but I would say that work is an administrative level work that is required to list these Heritage New Zealand sites. It's not needed to actually list them, to add the addresses onto the schedule.
Yes, and as I mentioned before, on the Hurston House, which is the one in Island Bay, there has been a level of consultation through the Heritage New Zealand Paukeri Taonga process, which led to listing of that building about 2 years ago. So that goes back to my point about consultation. That was 233.
Thanks. And just we support the Mount Vic Historical Society's proposal to list 7 Patterson Street. There's absolutely piles of information about that Crown-owned property as a result of the basin flyover case and so on. And then we come to the proposals, 5 proposals from Historic Places Wellington, and a degree of slight frustration that, you know, we've tried to participate in the process. In December 2021, we made these 5 listings. We commissioned Michael Kelly to provide expert evidence on them, which you have. And they're very old and very special buildings in Wellington that have not been picked up by the council. Just briefly, Wilkinson Flats behind the Olympus building in 1923. And then what personally I think is the most important of our 5 is the Newman House at 15 and 17 Hawkstone Street. And I'll come back to that because this property, 1879, this really is at risk. This house currently is in a character precinct or a character area. The character area is going to be lifted, and we've proposed, as council did in 2007, council suggested that this house be in a heritage area, the Portland Crescent, Hawkstone Street heritage area. And we come later in our presentation, we'll show you the boundaries of the council's proposal later on. This house is demolition by neglect. It's extremely significant for the occupant, Dr. Alfred Kinkin Newman, who was a Member of Parliament for Wellington for 30 years, established the Manawatu Railway, the Paniki Rugby Club, the Trentham Race Course, all sorts of social contributions to Wellington. 3 other houses, the Samuel Brown House, 1880, and Mount Cooke, that will also be at risk because the character area will be lifted from that area with no protection. The Burns Upholstery buildings in Martin Square, these are a remnant of a really old area, and they're right adjacent to Pukeahu National War Memorial Park, and very old. The oldest house in Oriental Bay at 230 Oriental Parade, 1875, and that house features in the Michael Kelly's Hay Street report as well. We mentioned a very interesting building, the Salvation Army Citadel. It's a mini Michael Fowler Centre currently on Trade Me, a wooden performance venue. And 3 old cottages. The oldest cottage in Thorndon will remain in the character precinct, so that's good. The tallest terrace. 325, the terrace will have no protection. Very old, 1861. And of course, I hope you visit Anne Devoy's house at 41 Normanby Street. The other day, the Newtown folks were talking about it as 46 Normanby. Just to be clear, it's 41 Normanby. And she would like her house heritage listed. Just turning to the heritage areas. We mentioned 2007, the council proposed Portland Crescent as a heritage area. Bothwell identified the primary and contributing nature of them, and we propose now that if it is not a character precinct, then it should be a heritage area. On the terrace, there's 10 individually listed heritage buildings. Bothamiskel did, you can see the primary and contributing status under Bothamiskel. We propose that there be a character precinct, a smaller character precinct based on the terrace and the few houses in Percival Street, marked by the dots on that map. Thank you, City Council. In Mount Victoria, we proposed in Stream 2 that Lippman Levy Street be included in the character precinct, and you can see Bothomisco's assessments. We propose that it be a heritage area, if not, and then that brings us to Newtown, the two areas which I hope you'll visit. Green Street completely intact except for one house. All those houses were there in 1892 on the Thomas Ward map. There's one family house, I think the Watsons. They've been there since that time. The family is still there with a treasure trove of information about Green Street. And Emmett Street next to it, it's only one-sided because the school took the other side. And of course, the last one is Normanby and Donald McLean. And you'll see from the Bothomisco recommended report that they did recommend that green area, that the character precinct be stretched in and cover Anne Devoy's house from 1870s. All those houses are on the Thomas Ward 1892 map. And thank you to Michael Kelly, who's done some research in this area and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of
Ms. Wong, looking at your photos, which are extremely helpful, nominated listing coffee house at 230 Oriental Parade. You have two photos next to each other. Can you explain to me what I'm looking at?
Can I ask Michael Kelly? That you're looking at a highly modified 1923 facade that's been slapped on the front of the house on the left. Michael.
Okay, that's our house. So the roof, that roof there is there.
All right.
So what's happened is the veranda's come off. I think you can hear me, can't you? And so the veranda's come off and the yeah, in its entirety. They've just replaced it with an extension at the front. I think that was the 1920s, and that box form with the stucco on the front of it. So the core of the house sits behind, intact, pretty much intact. I haven't been inside there. I would not know what it's like internally, but views from the side suggest it's pretty much intact.
I've been inside and it's pretty much intact. Some students live there now.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I've been inside a couple of the others as well.
So the building that you would like to see scheduled, does that include the extension to the front, or would you just like to see the back, or what are you looking at?
I think the extension itself is now 100 years old. And it's kind of interesting, you know, when the extension was made, that was highly modern, you know, that was the thing in 1923 to slap that on the front. It's still the oldest building.
So you would actually want to have the whole building, front and back?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Can I just make a comment that a lot of owners have been, you know, have spoken of the problems of owning a listed heritage building. And I would say that I appreciate their concerns, because I think what has happened is the discretion, and let's remember we're talking about RDAs, restricted discretionary activities. The discretion has become a no. And that is an administrative problem with the way that our plan is run. What we need are really great, experienced people, you know, some of them in this room, who can exercise that discretion in a really sensible way, in a way that the rules allow them to exercise the discretion. No, if it's a no, then all these things should be prohibited activities, but they're not. They're ideas.
I've got a follow-up question to that, if you don't mind. So, Ms. Wong, does that suggest that that the policy setting and the rule framework needs to change?
No, I think the policy setting is sensible. It's the way it's implemented, which, you know, my friend Mark Levitt, for example, with the late Mark Levitt, you know, we would talk about this because as a heritage owner, he was very frustrated trying to double glaze the buildings of his heritage apartment block next to the little wooden one. And he would be really pleased that that has been specifically freed up in the current PDP. You know, you're going to be able to double glaze windows, which is really sensible because these buildings need sustainable uses. They need to make a buck either by people living in them or renting them or carrying on their business in them. They don't need to be, with one or two exceptions, they don't need to be museum pieces. So I don't think the problem is with the law. The problem is with the administration of the law.
Okay.
And largely that's a resource issue. You know, what the council does is they contract experts to operate the discretion or to provide advice. And personally, I think if you get a contract yourself to operate a discretion, then you become kind of, you know, nitpicky, and you forget that kind of bigger picture that it's a great thing to live in a city that has great heritage that we love and we live in.
Thank you.
Just one further follow-up. So is what? Oh,
You both.
I was,
No, let
no,
him
no.
go, let him go.
No, you go, guys. You go.
With regards to a building like the Salvation Army Citadel, this has been put on the nominations list. I have not seen extensive information on that building. If the council would list that, they would have to do quite a bit of research, as they have to do with many other buildings as well. So at the end of the day, there is very little room for us to say that should be listed now. What is your plan, or what would you like to see with things like that, or others that have, you know, not had enough research undertaken in terms of how the council deal with them?
Just to be clear, we were a submitter in support of another submitter on that particular building. It wasn't one of our 5 that we put forward in December 2021. In our further submission, or in our original submission, we supported the submission of Wayne Coffey, who knows the building well, because the folk who nominated it were part of the Salvation Army for 20, 30, 40 years. Played music in that building and know a lot about it. But I agree with you, Commissioner, that there is not sufficient information today to list that building. I would agree with you on that. In terms of what should happen in the future, I think there should be a pathway so that people like submitter Wayne Coffey can nominate the buildings and then achieve a successful listing. But there has been no pathway. So we're a bit frustrated, although I want to commend the council on all the work they've done, and to commend Moira Smith in particular. The work is fantastic, to a terrific degree of professionalism and expertise. I don't want to undermine that, but sitting on the outside, it's been very frustrating, because when we first started asking for listings, you know, it was in relation to 2 buildings that have been demolished now on the Basin Reserve. There's a big empty site that the Chinese embassy owned. There were 2 Edwardian buildings that Martin Hill, a very famous New Zealand heritage architect, ran his business from one of them. And we asked for them to be listed and were told, come back when the district plan is being reviewed, you know, and that was 4 years ago. They've been demolished.
I guess the pathway, as council has told us before, the pathway is to put it on the database, and they will work
of 600. We asked to see the database of 600 2 years ago in the draft district plan hearings, and we were draft district plan consultations, and we were declined. We have to ask for the 600 under the official. We haven't done it, but I guess we have to ask under the Official Information Act. How can we propose listings if there's 600 secret already on a secret database? I mean, you know, we want to be collaborative. We really want to participate with the council, and we would like to see resources allocated for a system that involves us.
Now,
Thanks very much for that.
Now, commissioners, just looking at the time, we still need to hear from Mr. Kelly, and we're
not. Yep. Done.
good. Hey, I didn't mean to.
No. That was the last thing I had.
Right.
Yeah. Just one quick question. I preface this question with a level of ignorance. So if we use an example like the Emily house on Renfrewley Terrace, are things like a person who has been very experienced in or has a unique style of plastering, are those types of things enough values?
Generally not. I mean, there are no other houses with interiors listed. There's only this one house. And Ian Bowman, who you heard from yesterday, was the chap who listed all these complicated things about fence posts and letterboxes and things. And now we're trying to make that more user-friendly, I guess, or the council is with the owner. But in terms of your question, there was a history of craftspeople in the city, and this was a really special and unique.
Yes, I've visited the house, and the ceiling is extraordinary. It's something like you might find in Italy or somewhere. It's an amazing, and the craftsmanship within the house is amazing. And the other unusual thing about the house is, of course, it was in the same family for almost 100 years, I think. And so therefore it hasn't been altered with some because of fashion or whim or all of those things. Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier that the council should support the owner of this house, either financially or so. What would that look like, and how would that happen?
I don't know. I don't have any experience or about how it's done. I'm sure it's done in other countries, whether it's some sort of rebate or, but it is a treasure of our city, and it's taking students there, they would be just amazed, and it was a fantastic place. So we should help them.
And we can help them by simplifying the listing description.
Thank you, ladies. I think we should hear from Mr. Kelly.
Well, I don't have anything to say. I'm just available to answer questions if you want me to.
That's a good answer. I have a question. Pull up a few, Mr. Kelly, rather than standing in the rear.
It's fine.
The question I have for you is about Hay Street. Looking at the photo on page 19 of your evidence.
I don't have it with me, but yes, refresh my memory if you could. Yes.
And I've walked up there, and that was the impression I had, that there are a whole lot of really interesting heritage / character houses, put to one side how you classify them, going up the left-hand side. But from where the road narrows, on the right-hand side, you've got this group of clearly not heritage, not character homes, sitting. I think there are about 3, and then you go up you access them from the extension. So you actually go up and you can't, their front access is from the extension. There's one
From behind, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from behind,
Mm.
and there's one down below. There's a path up the side.
Yeah.
Now I understand the point that yes, you could have a heritage area with the odd exception, and that doesn't detract from the heritage values of the whole. But this seems this is a group that's right smack in the middle, and so a query whether it's too much to maintain the heritage values of the whole.
Well, I think you raise a really good point about the nature of that area. When I embarked on this, I wasn't really sure what I was going to find, and it would be fair to say that the conclusion I reached was that this wasn't all about heritage values. In fact, a lot of it is about landscape, about a really interesting and important landscape, which is not just about heritage. So I formed the conclusion that heritage was just part of the story here, and that it was just as much about how we look at the values of the wider landscape. And I would completely agree with you that there are big chunks of this area which are not of any heritage value, and they have been altered to the point where it's, and I've made that point in my report, that it's not uniform, it's not intact, no doubt about it. So that's why my report is sort of a halfway house between heritage and landscape. Which is also why Sarah Poff, landscape architect, was engaged to help with the assessment. So her involvement in that allowed me to expand the remit out somewhat. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And the other question I had for you is really at the start. Your position at paragraph 5, you agree about as regards to the 5 buildings, that the 5 buildings you researched are good candidates and you support them being included in the council's nomination. That implies not listed yet. Is that your view?
Well, the only reason I say that is because there's a process to follow, and I was just merely dropping them into that process. Do I think they're listable? Yes, I do. But the council has to go through its own process to determine that. And they have a very high threshold, which I commented on the other day, excessively high in my view, of information gathering to go through before you get to that point. So I'm just reflecting the process that the council would expect to follow in all these kind of cases.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yes, I remember exactly what you said. Commissioner.
No, that was exactly my question that I had.
Commissioner. Commissioner McMahon? I think that's us. Thank you very much all, including our most diligent observer.
I treat it like a university course, it's kind of interesting.
But we will adjourn and have a short break before we hear from Mr. Ballinger about the Eldin Trust.
Kia ora koutou, thank you.
Two past. challenges. So Douglas, welcome.
Kia ora koutou, thank you. I'm back in a different capacity as counsel for the Eldin Family Trust, and Sir Douglas White is with me. I just want to start with, I suppose, a few general points. So the key topic of concern for the submitter in relation to the view shaft chapter is about views towards the Beehive, the Parliament, Houses of Parliament in the middle, and the Parliamentary Library, including the Te Ahu Mairangi backdrop to that view, and that view is protected by view shafts 1 and 4 in the PEP. I listened to the presentation from Parliamentary Services last week, and we had some discussions with them about our submission, and I note from their presentation last week that they agree with us that those two view shafts are important, and in particular that the background relief of Te Ahu Mairangi Hill is important, and I know Mr Wills from Parliamentary Services commented that these really important buildings shouldn't be crowded in by having structures in the background. So I think there's a broad level of agreement between the submitter before you here and Parliamentary Services as well as Council on that general principle. And as I was preparing for today, I was thinking about some other iconic government buildings in the world, such as the White House in Washington DC, and the Houses of Parliament by the Thames in London. And when you think about the sort of the famous views of those, they aren't crowded in by buildings behind them. There's always sort of clear sky or a natural backdrop. So I think that is a really important thing that we need to make sure the view shafts provisions achieve. So I was pleased to hear from the planner, Ms Stevens' presentation last week that she agrees that view shafts 1 and 4 need to extend behind the Houses of Parliament to capture the Te Ahu Mairangi Hill as a context element, and that means that they'll extend over Hill Street and Selwyn Terrace and other areas of Thorndon. It's still up in the air whether those are to be in the city centre zone, high density or medium density residential, but either way, the view shaft needs to extend over those areas to protect the views, the backdrop of Te Ahu Mairangi Hill. There was some discussion last week with Ms Stevens about whether there are any scope issues with those amendments that she's proposing to achieve that intent. In my view, those amendments are clarifying what was the original intent of the plan as notified, and so they're not a substantive change that creates a scope issue. One thing that I noted about the view shafts chapter is that it's in part 2 of the plan as notified, which is headed district-wide matters. So that's a signal that the view shaft chapter, as well as the other chapters in that part, such as historic heritage and sites of significance to Māori, that those apply across all zones rather than they're not limited to particular areas. So I think that has always been the intent of the plan as notified. There was also text in the introduction to the view shafts chapter, which says that the views are experienced from a range of positions, some of which may be in a different zone to their intended focal point. So I think it has always been the case that this chapter applies in zones other than just the city centre zone. And the amendments that Ms Stevens has put forward, I suppose, in response to some points that we've made, are geared towards achieving that. The other point I wanted to make on scope, which I don't think is an issue, but if it is technically an issue, then in my view the panel can rely on clause 99 in the schedule 1 to the RMA. So that's a provision which is specific to the IPI ISPP fast track process, and it allows the panel to make recommendations in response to points that arise during the hearing. And that sort of is a special feature of the IPI process. So I just wanted to clarify what in my submission needs to be fixed in the view shafts chapter, and I understand that Ms. Stevens is agreed with me on these points. What needs to change is that the view shafts overlay in the maps need to extend to capture the context and focal elements as described in Schedule 5, which describes the view shafts. So for view shafts 1 and 4, in particular, then those view shafts on overlays on the map need to extend to Te Ahu Mairangi Hill over the residential area of Thorndon. And that's, I'd suggested that in my legal submissions filed 2 weeks ago. I understand Parliamentary Services agrees with that, as does Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Bellinger, addressing the scope issue, you will have gathered from our discussion with Ms. Stevens that this is a point which is troubling us about whether, as you put it, while it might have been intended, whether any reasonable reader would have detected that intention. And secondly, whether the submission of the council itself was sufficiently clear about what it was proposing to change what was in the original chapter when it referred to a view shaft control area without actually saying what that term meant and what land it would apply to. Your comment that the introduction said the views are experienced from a range of positions, to me, doesn't quite get there, because yes, the views from the cable car are not in the central city, but the question is, what are they views of? And so that comment in the introduction doesn't quite get there. And just to complete it, because the implications of what we're talking about, if you start from a premise that the view shafts don't cover zones other than, or don't restrict activities in zones other than the central city and waterfront zone, saying that we might exercise the clause 99 power to extend them across the entire range of other zones, potentially affecting dozens, if not hundreds, maybe more properties, would seem to be quite a big call in natural justice terms. So those are the two things that I'd appreciate your assistance on. Like, you already edged into the scope issue.
Yes.
Was the intent sufficiently clear? Could an objective, reasonable reader discern that intent from what was in the notified plan? And so that's question number one. Second, if they could discern it, if they couldn't discern it, is the intention of the council's submission seeking to change that sufficiently clear that they could discern what that was intended to mean? And if the answer to both of those is no, is this an appropriate case for exercise of the clause 99 power, given the number of properties that it would potentially extend to? So there's the three card trick.
Yes.
And so your comments on all of those questions would be appreciated.
Of course, thank you, sir. Thank you for setting that out very clearly. So on the first question, which is, could a reasonable reader of the plan discern the intent as I understood it, when I read the plan, as I mentioned earlier, this chapter is in the district-wide part of the plan, so there's no indication there that it is limited in the types of zones that it could apply to. The way in which the rule, I suppose, which is the part of the chapter that has a legal effect. The way that is worded, it refers to construction of new buildings within a view shaft, and view shaft was not defined in the definition section, and so to I suppose understand how a view shaft is defined, the natural place to go would be Schedule 5, which gives a description of the view shafts, including quite technical information about the left and right margins, the height that you take your photo from, where you stand when you appreciate the view. So Schedule 5 is the sort of natural place to look for a definition of the view shafts, and in fact, Rule 2, as notified, refers to the views identified in Schedule 5, so it does not refer to the view shaft overlay, which was a feature of the mapping. So these features of the plan as notified in my submission indicate that that was the intention. To I suppose to form a different view, that the view shafts were limited only to what is, I suppose, notified as city centre zone, or what was central area in the operative district plan. To form that view, you need to look at the mapped extent of the view shaft overlay in the plan mapping, which would involve clicking through quite a few tick boxes to actually get those to appear in the E-plan. So yeah, my experience of reading the plan was that it appeared to me that rules applied to all zones that would be captured in the description in Schedule 5, and it was not at all obvious that you'd need to look at the view shaft overlay to appreciate it could have been more limited. So that's my response to question 1.
Or just picking that up.
Yes.
You're mid-flow, and hence your point was that there was a mismatch between the two. That was the essential point that the trust was making, and yes, that they needed to be brought into line.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So there is, I think, scope from the trust submission, which was clearly premised on that understanding, which I've just outlined, to make the sorts of changes which Ms. Stevens is now seeking to make. So this is blending now into your question 2, sir, which was about the scope that's afforded by the City Council submission.
Mr. Ballinger, just before you go on to that, I did have some questions of clarification on question 1.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. Just wonder how you rationalise that. You say that the view shafts are part of the district-wide chapters and part 2 of the district plan, and I accept that. There is a statement in the introduction, though, that says there are 18 views. I'm reading from. There are 18 views that traverse the central city and waterfront zones. That's a clear statement in the introduction.
Yes.
How do you rationalise what you've just said with that statement?
So
it seems to be
you'd need to look at I suppose, the full text of the introduction, and if you go to the next sentence, that's where it says the views are experienced from a range of positions, some of which may be in a different zone to their intended focal point. So I suppose the language of traverse and that being linked to the city centre and waterfront zones, I don't read that as limiting the types of zones that these provisions may attach to.
Okay.
As well as, of course, the other features of the plan is notified that I stepped through before.
Yes. What's your response to the absence of that left-hand column dealing with zones in the notified plan that Stevens has sought to fill in?
Yes, that helps my client's case because it indicates that the absence of that column indicates that it applies to all zones, or could apply to all zones.
Can you find any evidence of that in other district-wide rules?
No, I haven't done a comparison with other district-wide rules, so that might be useful for Ms. Stevens to have a think about.
And what weight can we put on the fact that the operative district plan view shafts are part of Chapter 13, which is the central area, and on a very superficial reading of the proposed introduction as notified, that would suggest a continuation of that approach?
Yes, so 2 points on how view shafts work in the operative district plan. One is that if you look at the maps of those view shafts in Appendix 11, and I've included a snip from that in my submissions, there's no indication that they have a particular termination point. That's at on page 8 at above paragraph 38 of my legal submissions.
Got that.
Yeah. And then the second point is that I suppose the issue that's now come into focus wasn't as acute an issue under the operative district plan because the residential, in a residential zone behind the Houses of Parliament, for example, had a much lower height limit such that there couldn't be intrusion without a resource consent. Gosh, I'm not sure whether that would be discretionary, but yeah.
Yes. But it's the rules of the central city zone that gave effect to the view shaft in the operative district plan.
Yes.
Sorry, central area.
Yes.
Yes. What would you say to the proposition that the mapping of the view shaft is one thing from the starting point through to the termination point? It's another thing then to say what rules trigger intrusions into that view shaft. So there's a mapping exercise of showing the spatial extent of a view shaft, but then the rules that actually relate to intrusions might be a different kettle of fish. What would you say to that?
So there might be circumstances where that's appropriate, but if the view shaft as mapped is extending into zones where there's, I suppose there's significant risk for intrusion from development in accordance with the permitted activity statuses in that zone, then that's an obvious situation for the view shaft provisions to have some effect to regulate heights to protect that view shaft.
Okay, and finally on that first question, I mean you're an experienced RMA legal practitioner. You know how to read rules and
Yes.
Put yourself in the position of the lay person.
Yes.
Going back to the chair's original question, I mean how readily obvious would it have been to a lay person that that your interpretation was the one that should prevail? And would they even have got to that position in reading the introduction to the view shafts chapter? Might they have just read the words, well, these view shafts traverse the following zones and taken comfort from that if they were outside of those zones?
In my submission, a natural, I suppose, place to start may well have been the descriptions of those view shafts in Schedule 5, because that sort of brings them to life, gives a flavour. You've got pictures there which help to understand what's going on. So I think that's, I suppose, a good entry point for a reader of the plan. And so looking at those descriptions and the photos of the view shafts, those photos sort of frame the part of the photo that is protected. So a reasonable reader from looking at those photos as the entry point at least would form the same view that I did on a more sort of close technical reading of the provisions in the view shafts chapter.
Yeah. You're not saying it's black and white matter though, are you?
No, there is a degree of ambiguity, and that's why Ms. Stevens has put forward her clarifications, of course.
Okay, that's probably the segue onto the second issue then.
Yes. Yes.
Apologies, could I just make a point of clarification if that's possible? There is actually a existing in the proposed plan as notified definition of view shaft, so there is a definition. I also just note that mapping in the proposed plan shows that the view shafts extend beyond the city centre and waterfront, and agree with the points around the frame, and also the graphic representation shows extending beyond the central area in Appendix 11 of the operative plan.
Mr. Bellinger.
Thank you for that correction, Ms. Stevens. And I suppose looking at the definition of view shaft there, it does not refer by way of cross-referencing to the mapped extent in the E-plan of the view shaft overlay. So that in my submission is further sort of evidence that the view shafts would be understood as being described in Schedule 5. So going into your second question, sir, which was clear from the City Council submission, and I suppose I might comment on other submissions, including my client's submission. It would be clear to a reader of the Eldin Family Trust's original submission that there was, I suppose, an assumption or that the interpretation that I've outlined just before was how the view shafts chapter worked. So there's scope to make the sorts of clarifications that are now proposed based on that submission alone. The City Council submission as well provides scope for there to be clarification, and as I understood that submission, it was seeking to clarify the spatial coverage of the view shafts provisions. It was clear from the wording of that submission that was what was sought, and the fact that no particular definition was given of the view shaft control area, I think it was termed in that submission, is neither here nor there. The submission point was, let's clarify where this applies.
Okay.
And then the third point, sir, was you asked whether, if I'm wrong on 1 and 2, might this be an appropriate case in any event to exercise the Clause 99 power. My submission on that is yes. All of the reasons I've already given suggest that's appropriate. This is clarifying what was a fairly obvious interpretation or natural interpretation of the provisions. There's a relatively limited number of submitters on the view shafts chapter, suggesting that it's not something that submitters have a particular interest in. So I submit that's quite an appropriate case for it to be exercised, and I suppose you've got to look at the counterfactual, which is if it's not, and the plan, these provisions aren't able to be amended, then the plan is going to be given birth to in a form that has a pretty significant ambiguity that's going to create difficulty down the line.
Thank you. Thank you for your assistance on all of those issues. Appreciate that. The one question I had about your other questions about your submissions was about the suggested amendment to the introduction, talking about the backdrop adds striking contrast and visual interest.
Yes.
You've taken issue with Stevenson and Ms. Popova's response. The question I have for you is, whether the problem is not so much with the description, but how gushy it is. It sounds like you're selling a second Ginsu steak knife, and whether you need the adjective striking. Could you achieve the same result by just referring to the fact that the backdrop adds contrast and visual interest?
Yes, I'd support that, sir. And I think that sort of some sort of description of what makes the view memorable or of high value should be included in the descriptions. It need not be gushy, and I take the point that striking adds a bit of my subjective thinking about the view shaft. So if that were to come out, I think the submitter would support that.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon, any other questions?
You've covered them all. Thank you, sir.
Commissioners? Well, thank you both for your input. We very much appreciate your assistance on what an issue that, as you will have gathered, we're wrestling with.
Yes.
So your assistance is much appreciated.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one other point
Oh yeah, sorry.
If I've got another minute or two, but if there's other submitters looking to go on. Anyway, the other point I wanted to raise, you mentioned to Ms. Stevens queried the use of the word intrude, which is the sort of operative verb in the rules, and you asked whether that should be changed to obscure, perhaps, as the verb. In my submission, I would recommend against that. I think intrude captures the meaning, and what's a good reason to keep it is that there's a developed understanding of what intrude means, including some Environment Court and High Court case law on the operative district plan view shaft provisions. So to keep that word means that case law may continue to have some relevance and assistance for people applying these rules.
So this is in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it category.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you for that.
That's all I wanted to raise.
Thank you. We'll move to the next submitter and appreciate your time. I won't see you in stream 4. My colleague, Commissioner Lutz, will. So,
very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cooke, welcome. We have your speaking notes and a map of Mount Victoria. So have a seat, and suggest you take us through your commentary.
Kia ora, ko Philip Cooke toko no te whangai atara o ka tipuna, ko maitarangi o tā mango, nai mai, hari mai ki tako kohiro. As an overview, I have made submissions through the draft spatial plan, draft district plan and proposed district plan process. The independent commission hearing stage is probably at a level of technical and legal complexity that makes it difficult to make an effective submission as a layperson. I hope my submission will make a worthwhile contribution despite this. I understand I can take my previous submissions as read and would like to continue to address the same topics, which can be summarised as: Wellington's appearance and character are defined by the band of Victorian and Edwardian wooden dwellings which surround the CBD, a distinctly Wellington streetscape. The visibility and coherence of the inner city suburbs are a critical part of Wellington's identity. I seek an expansion of the character area boundaries, in particular for Mount Victoria, as it is the suburb that dominates the view when looking out from the CBD. The house I live in is in the Claremont Grove Austin Street precinct, which was the social centre for the original Mount Victoria suburb. where the Victoria Bowling Club and Pavilion were located, and most of the character buildings remain. Despite this, the area has not been designated a character precinct. I seek for this to be designated a character precinct. I have included a map of the proposed boundaries as an appendix and will also list references to at least 6 other submitters who have supported such a precinct. A character precinct, as opposed to being listed on Schedule 1 register, would be an appropriate measure to inform any redevelopment of 20 Austin Street. It has essentially been continuously under refurbishment by various owners since it was converted back to a family home for 5 flats in the 1980s. It is highly unlikely to be under any redevelopment threat while it remains in a precinct of supporting character buildings. 20 Austin Street has been included in Schedule 1 heritage buildings. It is highly modified from the original Victorian building and relies on the surrounding buildings for scale and context. I request that 20 Austin Street and the surrounding buildings be included within the character areas boundary, refer to the map in the appendix, and the house removed from Schedule 1. The Claremont Grove Austin Street precinct. A significant number of buildings in the Claremont Grove and adjacent areas of Austin Street fall outside the proposed character areas. This area, which was adjacent to the original Victoria Bowling Club, now the Hazel Court Flats, forms an important precinct with many character buildings. I note the heritage listing information on the council website describes Hazel Court as being in a setting, quote, with many historic single houses. And except for Hazel Court, all of the buildings are the ones from the initial construction around 1880 or infill houses which were constructed in approximately 1900 to 1910. There are already 2 listed heritage buildings in the area and additional 2 are proposed. These buildings are reliant on the contribution of the surrounding buildings, which also need preservation as part of a character area, not just a few isolated buildings protected from redevelopment like museum pieces. The abundance of character buildings was due to the area being a desirable area to live while being a social hub of the community formed around the Victoria Bowling Club. The club pavilion was built in 1898 and membership of the club was so popular that it was controlled by ballot. A quick search of papers past reveals many reports of social functions, concerts and other functions in addition to bowling related at the club, and notably in a 1902 report after work was done on the pavilion saying the club now has a social room second to none in the city. The council's heritage planning for Mount Victoria is based on the 2017 Heritage Study Report. This report singled out individual dwellings in Claremont Grove Austin Street precinct but failed to identify it as an historic area or do research into it, despite the original houses remaining and it being the hub of the Mount Victoria Society, centred around the Victoria Bowling Club Pavilion and social rooms. Support for this to be a character area has come from at least 6 submitters, numbers 75, 111, 155, 214, FS 39 and FS 82. And I would like to record my support for these submitters in relation to the creation of this character area. Ms. Smith, in her statement of evidence on behalf of the council, essentially acknowledges this is a character area in several places and advises the council should do research with a view to enacting this with a later plan change, recommendation 1024/5. I submit there is clear evidence that the area meets the requirements for a character precinct, and this should be formally researched in this could be formally researched in a very short time if work was put into it. It is not a satisfactory outcome to adopt a plan having a clearly identified deficiency requiring later amendment and putting the risk of redevelopment and putting the area at risk of redevelopment until this is done. I ask that the council be requested to do the research required to formally identify Claremont Grove Austin Street as an historic character area immediately and it be included in the district plan. Schedule 1 Heritage Building Deposit Plan Reference 471, 20 Austin Street. I have requested the roof be removed from the heritage protection. It has only become an issue as it was described in the heritage report as somewhat unusual. It is a construction detail that was intended to be hidden, could not be seen from the front of the house, and is a problematic design with large internal gutters which cause leaks. This is an increasing concern as rain events get more severe. Ms. Smith, in her statement of evidence for the council, essentially recognises as an architect the roof is of poor design. Quote, point 233, as an architect, I agree the internal gutters are problematic. As a remedy, she recommends the heritage report be modified to recognise the problem so that it gets considered if a resort consent application is made to correct it. I'm not aware that this recommendation to alter the heritage report has been followed. I submit, even if it was, this is a completely impractical outcome and will result in the process and cost of getting an appropriate modified design approved and implemented will inevitably result in the problem not being corrected when the house is next re-roofed, and probably never. Considering it as a feature that was never intended to be seen and confirmed to be of poor design, I submit the reason that it is, quote, unusual is that it is of poor design, which an architect or builder would not want to replicate. I request the roof be removed from the heritage designation. I disagree with the heritage report's conclusion that this is, quote, one of Mount Victoria's best preserved 1870 residences. It is a beautiful house that has had its character restored, and I'm considerably devoted to it, having lived in it and worked on it continuously since 1999. It is a fine example of a character house which has been successfully adapted to suit the needs of its occupants over its lifetime. These modifications have not been done in a way that could be practically reversed and were not designed as heritage alterations, i.e. no attempt was made to follow heritage principles like ICOMOS or similar. Very little of the interior remains original, as this was lost prior to its conversion back to a family home in the 1980s after being in 5 flats. The exterior of the building is dominated by 2 Roger Walker designed additions. The first was to the house's rear, Austin Street side, and the second was to the front, City side. The later addition involved significant alteration to the appearance of the main elevation of the house, with the filling in of the original balcony, the addition of semicircular fan-light windows above 1980s style French doors, and the addition of a slate-paved L-shaped terrace with an inverse curved roof above. I have attached elevation drawings of both these alterations and additions in an appendix, which clearly show the extensive changes to the appearance of the house these made. These additions and alterations are well documented with full-size A1 plans and elevations existing, which are in the council records. Both additions were consented and approved after inspection through the council system of that time. Ms. Smith, in her statement of evidence for the council, says in Appendix 3, point number 1119, quote, assessment that this is an excellent example of an early Italianate villa is difficult to prove, as the principal elevation is not visible from either Austin Street or Claremont Grove, and there are no non-publicly available images. The assessment is based on the extent of the assessment is based to the extent of the house that is visible from the street and on the building consent drawings. It is correct that the front of the house can no longer be seen from any public location due to the infill houses that were built around it in the early 1900s. As I've outlined very good drawings of the Roger Walker designed additions are on the council records, from which it can be clearly seen the original 1875 appearance of the house has been substantially and irreversibly altered. I believe these additions to the house's character and its history of sympathetic adaptation and operation. I believe that these additions add to the house's character and its history of sympathetic adaptation and operation. Having said that, they clearly remove and replace significant elements of the original Italianate villa design. I submit it is unreasonable to place a heritage order primarily based on it being, as expressed in the heritage report, quote, an excellent architectural example of an early Italian villa, when the main elevation with these features is not visible, and these features are highly and irrevocably modified by the 1980s alterations. I ask that the designation be removed. In conclusion, I'm a passionate supporter of the preservation of the historic character of my home and the surrounding area. I commend the council officers' research work into the area, though this has regrettably been focused on individual buildings. I imagine this technically fulfills the requirement for identification of heritage locations and buildings, but fails to correctly identify this important and notable precinct of heritage character, which is under threat of being lost through the proposed plan. The best way to achieve protection for this highly concentrated group of historic character buildings is to include them in a designated character precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooke. While you were talking, I checked, and I should tell you that the recommendation in stream 2 is that the character areas be expanded, not to include all of the area you've identified, but along Austin Street. So it would include, if we accepted the 42A author's recommendation in stream 2, it would include number 20. So that's a variation.
Yeah, of course I haven't obviously seen that, but I mean, I'm not just concerned with 20.
Yeah, I appreciate that that's only part of the equation,
yeah,
and that you have a particular issue with the individual heritage listing, but I thought you should be aware of that.
Yeah, well, that's good. How do I see that? It's different from the plan that you click on.
You need to go into the stream 2 hearing.
Okay.
The hearing materials. Look for Mr. Lewandowski's report that identifies additional areas that he's recommending.
Thank you for that clarification, sir.
Commissioner, do you have any questions?
Very clear. It's very clearly set out what you're seeking.
Thank you.
And it's very clear the changes that have been made and the additional drawings that you've added are very helpful.
Yeah, commissioners?
Nothing for me.
Thank you. I think we're good. As echo Commissioner Litz's comments, it's very helpful to have it identified in this way, exactly what was added and when it was added.
Right, thank you.
Absolutely. And so thank you for your time and for your input.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Yes, that's just what we've just covered.
Back out for the cold.
Yes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Ms. Bibby, welcome. I'll just give me a tick. File some filing. As you'll gather, we have any amount of paper to juggle, and if I don't file it, I'll lose it. So over to you.
Yes, I'm not sure what happened to my expert witness, Barry O'Donnell. He put in a written submission and I've been away for a couple of weeks, and I rang him yesterday to just make sure everything was all sweet and haven't been able to get hold of him. So I emailed and rang and I texted. I think he may perhaps not be well and I've missed communication.
Oh, well,
so we just go with, you've got his written submission.
yes, we've got his
Yeah.
material, so that I think that's good.
Yeah.
And so why don't you proceed with
Thank
your
you.
presentation and we'll go from there.
Thank you. So there's 4 points that I made in my submission. One is that a district plan heritage listing for the survey marker for the centre line of the railway tunnel and view shaft on property 395 Middleton Road is put in the district plan. Also include the property 28 Westchester Drive in the district plan. Within this property there's a burial site dating back to 1841. And include an archaeological field survey prior to any development in the Glenside West area, and include a district plan listing for the concrete milk stand on the road reserve at Glenside Road and Middleton Road intersection. But the main 2 points I'm going to discuss today are the district plan, survey marker, the district plan heritage listing for the survey marker and the view shaft, also the property of 28 Westchester Drive. This is what happens when you click on the district plan. It's the only property I could find in the district plan that didn't actually show any property details. So when you click on it, there's absolutely nothing there. I've used the address 28 because this is on council's maps. That area in Aqua is 28 Westchester Drive. They've got the wrong suburb, it's actually Glenside, not Chewton Park. I don't know why council hasn't put it on their district plan. They might use the excuse that it's because it's a site that's under development, but that makes it even more important that there's actually a property listing. Things aren't notified, so the only way that we know that something's happening there is when council emails out its resource consent applications, and we need an address so that we can, alert the right people that there's a burial site there. So they need to put that on the district plan, that property. When council built Westchester Drive, it went through that property and they did engage an archaeologist to make sure that the burial site wasn't disturbed, because we don't know exactly where it is. We know the rough area. But that didn't go outside the boundary of the road, so it didn't go into the area that's currently in there. And I just want to make a point that this is a shared colonial and Māori history. It's part of New Zealand history. It's not just about a person who's buried there. It's about the shared history that New Zealand migrants and Māori have. The site was blessed by Bishop Selwyn in 1842 when he was escorted up to Otaki with an entourage of 28 to 30 Māori people. He recorded his passing through the area in his diary, and it was also recorded by early settler Mrs. Wall, who wrote to her family in England, and those letters are now in Alexander Turnbull Library. And the community have, up until the 1960s, when the pig farm took over the land, they've always respected that burial site. So just pointing out, it's not just important to one culture, it's important to two in terms of our New Zealand history. And when council built a memorial, which we got through the hearing for the Environment Court for the protection of the site, because they didn't find the site when they were doing the clearance for the road, they did build a memorial, which they didn't have to do. So we appreciate council doing that. We asked for that at the hearing, and you can see that it had important people there from the local area. Our MP Peter Dunn, Sir Tamati Reedy, who owned the land before it was sold, our mayor, our Northern Ward councillors, and the head of St John Anglican Church. And this is the area here. So when the archaeologists did the road clearance, you can see the roads drop 6 metres, a good 6 feet. So if there was a burial site there, I would presume it would have been found because it's quite deep. But where the shed is and where the trees are, that couldn't be cleared by a magnometer because you can't go under a building and you can't go in and amongst trees like that. So that requires, if there's any earthworks to be carried out, for an archaeologist to be present. And you can see in the history, it said it was built, they put the burial site on the side of a hill. This is, although you can't see it, there's a stream right down below that fence, so it does slope down. It's just been flattened with earthworks to build the road. Up on the right, there's a hawthorn tree. Now that tree, all around Glenside, those trees were planted by the early settlers around their property, so that would date back over 100 years, probably 150 years. The hawthorn trees are still there around the hedges, so we know that site hasn't been disturbed. And this is looking the other way, the memorial there, looking into those trees. She could be buried in there. We're not sure. So really, what I'm just pointing out, this is the type of earthworks that the developer who owns that land does. This has been permitted by council, and they're huge, they're massive. So we know archaeological explorer of who's in there and, you know, take DNA and whatever, we wouldn't oppose that. And if a decision was made to reinter, we would suggest that the Ohario Anglican Church would be an appropriate one because other early settlers from Glenside are buried there. But we just don't want this to happen and her to be bulldozed, which I think is quite reasonable. Also, the family, there's a book here, I couldn't put this in the submission, but there's 4 or 5 pages devoted to the burial site by this family, and they think it's their ancestors. So we think it might be Janet Reed because Adam Reed bought that property, a part of that property, back in the day in the 1840s, and she died very early, and they don't know where she's buried. And we've got to remember that this site is before there was a Johnsonville, before there was an Anglican church, before there was a school. It's really early in New Zealand history, and they buried people on the land where they lived. And we know of another burial site which is on a reserve as well, which has unfortunately been, its location has since gone because the mowing team bulldozed earth over it so they could mow without hitting the concrete. Anyway, just on to the railway marker, just touch on this. This was first brought to my attention by Barry Sayer, who used to work for Truebridge Calendar Beach, and the Calendars now own the land. Back in 2002, he wanted me to know that it was worthy of protection. This is the centre line marker for the centre line of the tunnel. You can see the pipe there, and he brought me out the actual survey map that was used, which shows where it was on there. And we had permission by the then landowner to go up there, and he used his historic survey tripod to show us how it would have been used. What we're asked, that's the view from it looking north up to the point where the survey marker is. So I'm standing above the tunnel at this point, and that's the view of it from the tunnel, which is pretty amazing. It's very steep there, and what we've suggested to council is another view looking to the north from the point. What we've suggested to council in the past when we've made submissions is that they incorporate the heritage sites into reserves. We haven't been successful with any of these submissions in the last 20 years to do that, and I've given you some examples of where our attempts have been overridden, and there's others. But the ideal would be that this is a reserve because it's so steep down below that where that site is, that, you know, if they kept the vegetation clear, it'd be a really good site for people to walk to and learn history and look down at this early industrial way that they constructed tunnels. It's the longest tunnel, double track tunnel in New Zealand. It's about 4 miles long. I think Mr. O'Donnell's survey explains a little bit more about the significance of the heritage for that site. I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, Ms. Bibby, about the last point, who owns the land that the survey mark is located on?
It was sold. It's only ever had like 4 owners, and the current owner is Rodney Callender, Best Farms, Stebbings Farmlands. They go under several names, and his nephew Jonathan Smiley's in the property. When we went onto it, was with Bob Warren. Dave Parsons from Tawa Historical Society's been up there and did the and saw it, and he'd asked to go back again, but they got cold feet, so we haven't been back. But I really would like you to go up there and get a feel on the ground for why this should be or could be protected, and to get an understanding of the land, the terrain. It's not currently in the area recommended for development for Glenside West, but as you've seen by the earthworks that are typical for the area, it would probably would be destroyed unless it's protected.
You'll understand that if we went up there, we'd have to ask the landowners.
Yes, yeah. I think in the capacity of a district plan like this, you'd probably have more authority than we would as lay people in the community.
I admire your confidence.
I can arrange so that we keep the distance. I could arrange for Dave Parsons, who's been there before, to go with you if you wanted to take an expert with you.
Well, I think the plan is that I wanted to wait and hear from you about the site. We'll think about this after. Well, in reality, we'll talk about it over lunch and we'll decide whether we want to take that step.
Sure.
And we'll let you know.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Lutz, any questions?
I think just one question from me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Given that the exact location of this burial site is not known, how do you propose an assessment would be done to mitigate the risk of future development like you're suggesting? So what could we?
The first thing would be to have the property there so we can see it when we're on the district plan for a start, with an address so that we know what we're talking about. And then what council have done with this plan, which is admirable, is that when you click on a property, it tells you interesting and important information about it. I think there should be an alert on there to say 1842 burial site on this land. Contact Heritage New Zealand or something to that effect, because under the law they give an archaeological authority to disturb the earthworks. Previously they've denied that for this site, so they've for that particular block. It's up to them as to how they would recommend the developer proceed. I've watched them doing what they do is they put an archaeologist on site, and when they're bulldozing, they will stop them if they see something or strike something. It's not enough, I think, for them just to trust the developer to do that, because in my experience living here for more than 20 years, not once has any earthwork stopped because there's been an archaeological discovery. Yet I know there's archaeological sites in there, and it's me who's ringing Heritage New Zealand and City Council saying you can't do this or there's something not right, but it's always after the fact. I think it's not, when it's happening, whereas we need something in front to alert the developer and the council, particularly with the changing staff. They just can't keep ahead of it, both in Heritage New Zealand and in City Council. The developer knows it's there, but I don't trust the developer.
So just to be clear, so Heritage New Zealand, you're saying it already has this property registered as an archaeological?
No, they don't. They can't register it as an archaeological site because they don't know where it is.
Right. So at the moment, there's
nothing.
Right. Yeah. And
there
so
was the landowner prior to Sir Tamati Reedy had given the city council the GPS for it, and they lost it. And the change of succession of different people.
You mean the GPS for the exact location of the period?
Yes.
So was that the only person who knew where it was?
At the time that he was the only one who knew where it was. When they did the Westchester Drive work, there were 2 people alive who knew the rough vicinity. So we've got a rough idea where it is, which is around that shed and those trees up on the side of the hill.
Thank you.
I think that's it from us.
Thank you.
Bibby. Thank you very much. As I say,
I apologise for my expert witness not turning up. Something would have happened because he assured me he was going to be here.
well, that's understood.
Thank you.
And we appreciate that. We will take into account his written material and
Thank you.
And so we hope he's in good shape.
Thank you.
Like if you think about the news overnight, you worry about these things.
Yeah, I have been.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will adjourn and be back at 1:30 or as soon as the Wellington Heritage Professionals arrive, whichever comes first. We'll resume the hearing. We have the team from the Wellington Heritage Professionals here. Mr. Kelly, we've already seen today. Sort of, I think we've met most of you. Why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us how you propose to handle the session? We have a lengthy session available to you. You've covered a lot in your material, and I don't doubt that we'll have 1 or 2 questions for you.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Cherie Jacobson and I'm representing a group of 9 Wellington-based heritage practitioners comprising myself, conservation architects Chris Cochrane, Leanne Cox, Russell Murray and Chessa Stevens, and heritage practitioners Lara Simmons, Amanda Mulligan, Michael Kelly and Eva Forster-Garbett. I'm here today with Eva, Amanda and Michael, who we have commissioned to write expert evidence. As outlined in detail in our submission, we bring decades of heritage experience and expertise here in Wellington, nationally and internationally, as architects, archaeologists, consultants, local government heritage advisors and central government policymakers. Many of us have significant experience working with the operative district plan, whether as council officials or as consultants engaged by developers, property owners or the council. For example, of the 3 experts we have commissioned, Amanda and Eva have both worked as senior heritage advisors at Wellington City Council. Michael has worked for decades as a consultant providing heritage services to several councils, including Wellington City. Our submission reflects the deep understanding we have of the issues that surround the protection and conservation of Wellington's historic heritage, and our on-the-ground experience of seeing our heritage diminished or lost due to current and past district plan provisions. We know that world-leading cities allow for transport and intensification in the right places while also protecting valued heritage. Heritage protections, including area overlays, are widely used in Australia, the UK, Canada and the US. Wellington should use the district plan to help ensure the conservation of what is distinctive about this city so that the city can derive benefits from that distinctiveness. We know that the council has limited resources to commit to the proposed district plan process. We've volunteered our time to make written and oral submissions because with our expertise in historic heritage, we think we can help to get a better plan. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members of our group for the huge amount of voluntary work they've put into these hearings to date, alongside their jobs and other commitments, as I know is the case for many other submitters. Our concerns. Our key concern is that the shift towards a more permissive regime will unnecessarily put Wellington's historic heritage at risk. This overarching concern can be broken down into 3 main areas where we think the plan's approach to historic heritage can be improved. A, definitions that are fit for purpose. B, heritage provisions based on sound evidence. C, more comprehensive heritage design guidance. We would also like to see a plan with a schedule of heritage items that better reflects Wellington's diverse history and heritage. The heritage provisions are proposed to be relaxed, but the council has not provided a convincing evidence base in Section 32 report for the problem that they are trying to solve. In our view, weakening the provisions as proposed will lead to more unnecessary loss of Wellington's heritage, which at present only constitutes a small proportion of the city's built environment. We are therefore seeking changes to the provisions proposed by the council so that they are at least as strong as the operative district plan. Mr McCutcheon's evidence at 67 says that a parallel collaborative process is underway to review and amend the design guides to increase certainty and clarity of drafting. In principle, we are supportive of the heritage design guide being included in that process. However, we know very little of what that process will entail. We are concerned that the council's approach to the schedule of heritage items appears to have been based, at least in part, on the assumption that heritage protection is a barrier to development. Examples that Amanda and Michael have covered in their evidence are the removal of heritage protection from Te Ngako Civic Square to enable development, and the council's reluctance to make Ellis Street a heritage area due to the potential for Let's Get Wellington Moving works in the vicinity. Our view is quite the opposite, that one of the key purposes of heritage protection is to enable development by clearly articulating the values of places and applying rules so that these values can be considered. In the absence of this exercise, previously unidentified historic heritage values have the potential to cause expensive delays to development projects. Finally, when discussing our overall views in his supplementary evidence at 98, Mr. McCutcheon points out the alternative view of Heritage New Zealand planner Dean Raymond. Mr. Raymond considers that the notified proposed district plan contains appropriate and comprehensive provisions for historic heritage, and that the changes recommended in the Section 42A report further ensure this. While we respect the expert planning input of Mr. Raymond, he has given limited reasoning for some of his views. He also does not appear to have qualifications and experience in historic heritage that are comparable to those of Amanda, Michael and Eva. I'll now hand over to Amanda, Michael and Eva to outline their evidence.
Just before you do, are we able to ask questions along the way, or?
I wasn't going to, but since we've interrupted,
yes,
Ms. Jacobson, why don't you?
Okay, Ms. Jacobson, I just have two on your opening statement. First is in your paragraphs 13, 14 and 15, the theme there that's coming through is that provisions in the proposed plan are being relaxed. It's a weakening of the provisions that are in the ODP and not as strong as the provisions in the ODP. And we put these questions to Mr. McCutcheon early on in the hearing. And in the case of demolition, for example, I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong here. I understood that the activity status for demolition in the proposed plan is a higher status than that in the operative district plan, being fully discretionary as opposed to restricted discretionary. So just on that count alone, the provisions in the proposed plan at face value would be stronger than the operative district plan. Are you contending that?
I will hand over to our experts who have more expertise in the demolition provisions than I do.
So I wouldn't contend that on the demolition side of things, but we looked at the table on page 58 of the Section 42A report, which shows how all the activity statuses have changed in our view, because the majority of restricted discretionary activities are proposed to be controlled or permitted, that we feel that the provisions have been weakened.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that table on paragraph 58. We've actually asked Mr. McCutcheon to extend that table, and he's provided that yesterday. You probably haven't had a chance to look at that.
No.
No. Some of those permitted and controlled activities relate to standards that permit, for example, the permitted ones, minimal alteration, the 10% rule, that sort of thing. And where they don't meet those standards to allow for minor repair and maintenance, they trigger to either restricted discretionary or discretionary, I can't recall. So that's one of the problems of trying to summarise rules in a table, I guess, but it's a starting point at least. But at least in respect to demolition, would you share the view of Mr. McCutcheon that the rules are in fact involve a higher level activity status?
Being discretionary rather than restricted discretionary, yes.
Okay, thank you. The second matter that was raised was reference to the evidence from Mr. Raymond from Historic Places, from New Zealand Heritage, I should say. And we also put those same questions to him and to Dr. Jacobs. And my recollection of the evidence was they were supportive of the restricted discretionary for alterations and the fully discretionary for demolition. But they also said that the key ingredient was getting the policy right. You may go on to discuss the policy later on, I'm not too sure, but would at a high level, would you agree that the policy is critical?
Yes. And we do have some more discussion of.
Okay, look, I'm sorry to have interrupted then. I wasn't too sure whether you were going to canvass that or not.
Yes.
I'll leave you to it.
But while we While we're there, I should respond to the open question in your paragraph 16, Ms. Jacobson. This stems from directions the panel has given in relation to the residential and mixed-use incentives design guides, on the basis that their structure and content needs more work. So they're the subject of, well, the residential design guide was the subject of expert conferencing among the urban designers, and the council have put in train a process for reviewing and giving feedback back to that panel of experts. The suggestion is that the Heritage Design Guide be put into that process. I've discussed that with Mr. McCutcheon, pointing out that there are in fact very few submissions on the content of the Heritage Design Guide, but he suggested to us that it was appropriate that what you might call the front end of the Heritage Design Guide be in that process, because to the extent that all of the design guides have a common introduction and there's not an identical structure but a similar structure, that the structural issues and in effect the introductory provisions rather than the content of the design guide need to reflect whatever changes are made to the other design guides. And one of the things that I'll be interested in this group's views is whether you agree with that, because the panel will issue a minute directing what, if any, further work is done on the Heritage Design Guide following this hearing. The key point, however, is the intention is that at the end of the process, the design guides will return to the panel in the wrap-up hearing scheduled for September. So it's not like this will be hived off and no one will ever see it again until it miraculously appears in our decisions, that it will be in effect back on the table with the results of whatever amendments the council are recommending through this review process.
So Wellington Heritage Professionals made submissions on the design guide, and Michael and I have written evidence, but because of what we saw in Mr. McCutcheon's supplementary evidence, we haven't really focused our oral evidence today on the design guide.
So one of the things that we will do today is chat to you about that written feedback.
Great.
So if the extent to which the Heritage Design Guide is considered further is constrained, then what you've given us on the content of the design guides will be important, because that might be the last chance to have a flick at it, at least that part of the design guide.
Understood.
Thank you.
So,
no, kia ora koutou. I just wanted to explain that I will speak first. Amanda will follow partway through through this portion of the evidence, and then Eva will do her archaeological presentation. Do you want to have questions at the end of this process, at the end of our presentation, or at the end of the whole?
I think we should wait till the end of the whole thing if you're mixing and matching.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity to present to the commissioners. Where our evidence just focuses on more general concerns we've got, and where our views differ from Mr. McCutcheon's in relation to objectives, policies, rules, and the design guide. We mentioned the design guide already, but we just briefly run over that partway through our presentation. General submissions. In our evidence, we've expressed our concerns that the heritage policy is focused on enabling works, and that the overall direction of the policies
is more permissive as discussed, apparently based on a misguided notion that heritage protection hinders development. This is linked to our concern that this proposed permissive approach is founded on insufficient information. Specifically, the Section 32 report fails to make the case for a more permissive regime. We've outlined in detail our evidence on the failings of the Section 32 report. To recognise and provide for Section 6F of the RMA, the Council should be strengthening or at least retaining the existing provisions instead of making them more permissive. Countering this, Mr McCutcheon cites the need to balance development and intensification with heritage imperatives and the need to view heritage outcomes as in the same category as urban development, natural environment, resilience, etc. Our view is that the plan already allows for this, as heritage listings occupy just a small fraction of the city's built environment. Heritage rules also anticipate and allow for change. So all heritage, and this is quite important, the application of the rules and the process that places end up, or the state they end up at the end of that process, indicates that change is allowed under that regime and that change is anticipated for heritage buildings, mostly to make them useful for modern uses. We're concerned that the new heritage listings lack credibility because of what we see as inadequate public engagement. Specific concerns we have are outlined in our evidence. More widely, we feel the whole list needs an overhaul to better reflect the breadth of the city's heritage resources. As noted in our evidence, the sheer number of places proposed for scheduling that have been raised at this late stage in the process demonstrates how inadequate the consultation process has been. We know that Mr McCutcheon says that he doubts that only a tiny group of people would have known about the process for heritage listings, given it made the front page of the Don Post and the landing page of Stuff within hours of release, but that was after the new heritage list had been prepared. So our criticism is that there was a lack of engagement undertaken to inform the heritage listing process, not post facto press coverage. Under maintenance and repair, in our evidence, we propose an additional amendment to this definition to ensure that it wouldn't be used to permit the demolition of structural elements. Mr McCutcheon discussed this in paragraph 98 of his rebuttal, where he recommends that our proposed amendments be included but reframed to more clearly address those parts of the building intended to be captured by the term being facades, exterior wall or roof. And we also note discussion of Mr Leary's evidence on this matter. We agree with Mr McCutcheon on the recommended definition in his supplementary evidence. We didn't give evidence on a definition of non-scheduled buildings and structures, but if it will assist the panel, we think we can improve on the definition proposed by Mr McCutcheon in his evidence, in his rebuttal. In response to evidence from Ms Woodbridge from Kainga Water, Mr McCutcheon has proposed a definition of non-scheduled buildings and structures as follows. Means buildings and structures on the site of heritage building or structure of a heritage building or structure which have been identified in Schedule 1 as being identified as of no historic heritage value and excluded from the application of historic heritage rules, except for HHR 2 and HHR 9. We'd like to point out that heritage value is a spectrum, not a binary. So those places with values high enough on the spectrum reach the threshold for protection. It's not simply a matter of having heritage value or not. So we propose, as an alternative, buildings and structures on the site of a heritage building or structure which have been identified in Schedule 1 as being of insufficient historic heritage value and excluded from the application of historic heritage rules, except for HHR 2 and HHR 9. Under partial demolition, we remain of the view that references to partial demolition should be removed from the introductory text. Partial demolition can still be distinguished from total demolition if captured under adds and alts. Our primary concern is that even referring to partial demolition sends the wrong message. In most cases, demolition is best avoided, partial or otherwise. We're under stabilisation and mothballing. We remain of the view that stabilisation and mothballing should be included in the introductory paragraph for sustainable long-term use. These are standard and valid processes that can provide a useful step in the conservation of the place. We know that Mr. McCutcheon is unmoved on the subject, but does not explain why. We elaborate on this matter further in our presentation. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Amanda and have a glass of water.
Thank you. So just continuing our comments on the chapter introduction, the heritage areas section. So we remain firmly of the view that the operative district plan wording or something similar should be retained, which is because of their contribution to the value of the heritage area, contributed buildings warrant the same treatment and control as listed heritage items in terms of building demolition and the design of additions and alterations. We've read Mr. McCutcheon's rebuttal and note he's not inclined to change his view on this matter. He leans on his section 42A report to support this stance. We would like to see evidence that the approach in the operative district plan needs to be undone.
Is the green light on your?
Yes, it is. I'm just quiet. I can get closer. It is crucial for the reasons we outlined in our evidence that contributing buildings in heritage areas enjoy the same level of protection as a single place. This will ensure that the sum of the parts of an area is treated like a single place. There are a number of reasons why contributor buildings might not have been individually listed, but that does not mean that they necessarily lack value or lack sufficient value. And we've covered in paragraph 58 of our evidence some of the reasons why contributor buildings, for the reasons of history and efficient listing, may not have been assessed as individual buildings. In fact, there is a real danger that by treating contributor buildings differently, valuable heritage could be lost. Concerns about assessing contributors using the criteria for individual buildings are unfounded. The current regime works as it was intended because of the emphasis placed on both of the values of the area and its components. We note that policy HHP10 of the proposed plan relating to total demolition currently excludes contributors. That is, it only mentions heritage buildings and structures. So if our recommendation is accepted, this policy will also need to be amended. Not treating contributor buildings as individually listed buildings means that contributors like the Two Myths building on Gusney Street, which we've illustrated here, would not be subject to the tests set out in HHP10 before being demolished. Now move on to our points on the objectives in the plan. We gave evidence that, in our view, objectives HH01 and HH02 adequately capture the objectives of the heritage chapter. That is, that heritage is recognised, retained and protected from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. We do not think that HH3, sustainable long-term use, is necessary, and we are concerned that it could lead to unnecessary demolition where certain current circumstances do not allow for a sustainable use. While use of built heritage often encourages conservation, stabilisation and mothballing may also be appropriate approaches depending on the circumstances. It is difficult for us to see how stabilisation and mothballing could be supported activities under the objectives as currently proposed. One approach that we consider could be appropriate would be if sustainable use was defined in the plan and was defined to include stabilising and mothballing. So for the reasons laid out in our submission, we remain of the view that a period of disuse can be acceptable as long as the place is looked after properly. The Canterbury Provincial Council buildings, shown on the screen, are one of the country's most important heritage places, and they're currently being treated in exactly this way and have been stabilised and mothballed for over 10 years, while funding is found to undertake restoration. This approach ensures that the opportunities for future generations to enjoy our heritage are not unnecessarily lost. I'll now move on to discussion of some of the policies. Firstly, HHP3 internal works. We have argued that the plan should carry over restrictions on internal works with respect to strengthening and new floors, the visibility of strengthening and new floors from the exterior. These should be carried over from the operative district plan. Mr. McCutcheon does not consider it justified in light of the 24 strategic objectives of the plan, which seek both resilience and heritage outcomes. He also considers that his role is to find a middle ground between submitters that is consistent with the strategic direction of the plan. In our view, it remains unclear what problem this change seeks to address, as in our experience, strengthening of heritage buildings has not been prevented under the current rules. Moving on to HHP 6, removal of unreinforced masonry chimneys. We do not support introducing a policy approach to enable the removal of chimneys for two reasons. There is a lack of evidence for the need for this new approach. As far as we are aware, that operative plan provisions have not caused irresolvable issues. Very few buildings in Wellington are designated heritage, and even fewer have unreinforced masonry chimneys. And the council should be making every effort to conserve the remaining chimneys. We said in our evidence that to help retain chimneys on a listed building in a heritage area or character area, the council should use the Heritage Design Guide when appropriate guidance has been prepared to manage the assessment process. Mr. McCutcheon says that not having any policy approach on this matter is undesirable and will lead to variable consenting outcomes. We do not agree that it is undesirable not to have a policy approach if there were guidance in place. And we agree with Mr. McCutcheon that the approach in the operative district plan will lead to variable consenting outcomes. But in our view, this is appropriate as the outcomes will depend on the circumstances of the chimney in question, which is exactly why we consider that the removal of unreinforced masonry chimneys should remain a discretionary activity rather than subject to, a restricted discretionary activity. Sorry, we've got rather confused here. It's not permitted. We understand that it's a restricted discretionary activity. And the reason why it's confused is that Michael and I have been discussing this issue at length very recently over the last couple of days while preparing these speaking notes. And we've ultimately concluded that we could support HHP 6 if the first clause was deleted. If you have the plan in front of you there, and the reference to primary elevation was deleted from clause 2.
I need to
have a look.
Yeah.
You'll be clear about what you're talking about.
Back on it, sorry, we're navigating. Anyway, so HHP 6, clause 1.
So explain to me what you're saying.
We're saying we could support HHP 6 if clause 1 was deleted and primary elevation was removed from clause 2. So essentially we're saying that we would support that the demolition of unreinforced masonry chimneys was enabled if they were damaged beyond reasonable repair or unable to be reasonably seismically strengthened.
That's the primary that you want to remove from the second.
Yes, I guess we're saying in the second instance.
Can you
that
read your preferred two again, clause 2?
Preferred the chimney to be removed are damaged beyond reasonable repair or cannot reasonably be seismically strengthened. We could support removal in either of those cases.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's on a primary elevation.
If I could also add that it's very confusing this, because what is a primary elevation? It's not clear, particularly in relation to chimneys, because they're not included in a definition of primary elevation. And in any case, chimneys don't have to be in the primary elevation to be important. So it's just, we feel it's just a bit narrowly defined and not particularly helpful.
So you're seeking remove 1 and make those modifications to 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to the policy P10 on total demolition of heritage buildings and heritage structures. We understand that the approach to total demolition outlined in this policy may have been raised earlier in the hearing of this stream, and we haven't provided written evidence on this topic. But if it assists the panel, we'd like to make it clear that our view is that to establish that there are no reasonable alternatives to total demolition, it needs to be shown that all of the options from 1 to 5 under HHP10 have been considered and discounted. On the issue of facadism, we've seen nothing to resolve from our view that facadism should not be permitted unless in the most extreme situations, for example, post-earthquake. Moving on to the rules, there is Rule 7, which is about also about the removal of unreinforced masonry chimneys. And as we've noted earlier, we support the restricted discretionary status, but we don't support the matters at HHP6 as drafted. In terms of HHR 11 and R13 relating to additions, alterations and partial demolition, we submitted that the same rule should apply regardless of where the heritage area is. Sorry, it's for demolition of buildings and structures within a heritage area. Mr. McCutcheon has explained that his approach is based on the need to distinguish between medium density residential zone areas, which have a set height limit of 11 metres, and high density residential zones, which have height limits that might be unacceptably high from a heritage perspective. Mr. McCutcheon suggested that if the panel decided to lift the height standards in the medium density zone or upzone a heritage area, a height limit of 11 metres should be introduced into standard HHS1 to manage possible heritage effects of taller buildings in these areas. And we accept the explanation that Mr. McCutcheon has proffered, and we support the solution that he has proposed. I've written some notes here about the design guide, but I think we've probably already covered that. Just to say that we also agree with Mr. McCutcheon the design guides should remain a statutory part of the plan. On digital signs, Francis Costello provided evidence on behalf of Go Media relating to guideline G22 in the Heritage Design Guide, but I'm wondering whether I even should I go over this? Do you want to hear all of our
keep going.
Evidence on design guides in this hearing? Okay.
Yes, we do.
So we provided some rebuttal on his evidence relating to third-party signs on heritage buildings, and we largely agree with Mr. McCutcheon's proposed changes to guideline 22. But guideline 22, as originally drafted, wasn't limited just to heritage buildings, but could also be applied to other heritage items. And we also do not agree that the architectural values of places should be singled out, as digital signs could affect other values. So we have drafted some further amendments, changing the reference to architectural merits to values and changing the references to heritage buildings to buildings, areas and structures. In terms of the schedules, the panel will have noted our evidence around additions and changes to the schedules, and we haven't had no additional comments to make on those, but we're happy to take questions on that and any other matter in this in our evidence. But shall we hear from Eva first? Would that be your preference?
Yeah, just keep going. Cover all of these issues in one hit at the end.
So kia ora koutou, and it's good to be picking up this discussion again about archaeological sites, which was raised during hearing stream 1. Out of turn, but it was good to start the conversation. So Wellington Heritage Professionals submission put forward that the definition of archaeological site should not be limited to the pre-1900 cut-off date in the Heritage New Zealand Pōhēotaonga Act, because this is an arbitrary date, which implies that archaeological values lapse after a certain calendar date. My statement of evidence clarified that Wellington Heritage Professionals intended the amended definition to only apply to for scheduling purposes and not to request an expanded blanket protection of archaeological sites in Wellington City over and above that provided by the Heritage New Zealand Act. The responses by Mr McCutcheon from Heritage New Zealand to our submission and Mr McCutcheon's statement in the supplementary planning evidence both come from a planning and planner's perspective. However, the primary focus should be on meeting the requirements of Section 6F of the RMA to protect historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision use and development, and the proposed district plan heritage chapter objectives that stem from this. The second step then is to structure and word the plan in such a way to achieve this. I'm an expert on the former, whereas Mr McCutcheon and Mr Raymond are experts on the latter. In my statement of evidence, I outlined several reasons why a pre-1900 cut-off date for scheduling purposes is arbitrary and does not meet the legislative requirements of the RMA and will not ensure that places of identified archaeological value that add to our understanding of Wellington's and New Zealand's history are managed for the benefits of future generations. These reasons being, archaeologists in New Zealand do not see that archaeological sites have an end date. The ArcSite database of the New Zealand Archaeological Association includes sites that post-date 1900. There are already post-1900 archaeological sites recorded on ArcSite for the Wellington region that would likely meet the threshold for scheduling. I outline these in paragraph 36 of my evidence. There are bound to be others that will be identified within the context of a future archaeological study of the Wellington area. I'd also like to add in addition that heritage buildings, structures and areas scheduled under the Wellington City District Plan operative and proposed do not have an end date. So why should archaeological sites have one, which are a subset of historic heritage under the RMA? District plans are prepared under the RMA and not the Heritage New Zealand Act. The scope and definition of an archaeological site, which in the RMA is based on archaeological values, should guide plans prepared under this and take the broadest approach in line with archaeological best practice. The New Zealand Archaeological Association has recognised the current legal gap in the definition of archaeological values and sites in the RMA and has proposed the inclusion of the same definition as that provided by Wellington Heritage Professionals in their submission on the Natural and Built Environments Bill and Spatial Planning Act, to avoid the ongoing de facto approach being applied in district plans nationwide of simply adopting the definition from another act. Mr Raymond even acknowledges in his statement of evidence that archaeological values are not limited to pre-1900 features. That's in paragraph 9 of his evidence. I disagree with Mr McCutcheon's statement that post-1900 archaeological sites can be managed under the rules for heritage building structures or areas, as he assumes that these would have more physical features and structures intact. With due respect, Mr McCutcheon is not an archaeologist. In most cases, archaeological sites are complex palimpsests of both above and below ground features and associated values that need to be understood and managed holistically. Mr McCutcheon's comments highlights the management issues with archaeological sites in New Zealand, which fall between two acts, the Heritage New Zealand Act and the RMA, and with the context of district plans that require historic heritage to be shoehorned into buildings, structures, areas and archaeological sites with separate rules for each. This does not acknowledge the fact that archaeological sites at times encompass some or all of these, focusing their management on physical fabric, which is assumed to mostly be below ground rather than above ground features and their values. So if the concerns of Mr. Raven and Mr. McCutcheon are solely based on plan users' reading of the term archaeological site in the district plan as it currently stands and how it is defined, so this is differing from the solution proposed in my statement of evidence, then another option could be to remove the broad archaeological definition from the definition section in the introduction entirely. Add the definition proposed by Wellington Heritage Professionals into the definition for scheduled archaeological sites, and that were references made in the plan to archaeological sites within the context of scheduling, that is in the Historic Heritage chapter, add the prefix scheduled in front of archaeological sites and link this back to the definition for scheduled archaeological sites in the introduction. Now, this approach is a little bit untidy with the current wording of the plan and will involve some tweaking to make the Heritage chapter read appropriately. However, these are areas outside of my expertise and are the expertise of planners. And so this is fairly and squarely within the remit of Mr. McCutcheon to address in the planning language. Thank you.
I have an initial question. You've made the case, I think you put it quite strongly, referring to the misguided notion that heritage protection hinders development. Now, we've heard a lot of evidence already in this hearing from individual residential house owners who are telling us quite strongly that there are two problems with heritage protection over individual residential homes. The first is that the costs of the resource consent process are prohibitive for an individual. And secondly, that the administration of the ODP has been mechanistic, I think would be the politest way to describe it, and that individual house owners with whose houses are listed are finding it very difficult, even though there is a discretion in the rules, to convince council planners that they should be able to undertake what they see as routine adaptation and enhancement of their residential homes. So what's your answer to those people and those concerns?
I think my answer is that I think that yes, resource consenting is very expensive. And we provided evidence of other fee structures in other jurisdictions that are similar to us that shows how expensive resource consenting is at Wellington City Council and probably other councils in New Zealand compared to other countries. With respect to the second question, I find it quite hard to answer in the absence of specifics, but maybe you've heard some specific issues raised by owners who have been unable to undertake the changes that they want to take.
I could probably answer some of that, answer that more directly because I have dealt with some houses in my role as an external advisor to the council. And what I can say from the experiences I've had is that the process is a negotiated one and the outcomes are not always satisfactory to anybody, but they generally go through a reasonably robust interaction between the applicant and the council that ends up somewhere in a halfway house. Sometimes it's not, it's absolutely fine. Sometimes it can be quite contentious depending on what is being proposed. Given that these consents are not normally notified, this is which is another bugbear of ours. This is in some ways to the benefit of homeowners, that they do not have to go through an external process, which would be even more attenuated and more complicated for them. The to my in the experience I've had of dealing with house-based consents, most of them have been in the end relatively sorted out amicably, but some house owners want to do dramatic things to their houses, and that has an implication for the listing. And I'm not sure that it's easy to get around the difficulty that that poses for a council if they're trying to protect heritage values. So there are a range of consents and a range of outcomes, and it's not all straightforward.
The example that comes most clearly to mind is Mr. Di Lorenzo, who owns number 1 Ranfurly Terrace, who told us that he wanted to put a new pipe in his roof, and the council planner said that wasn't possible, wasn't a happening thing, because the internals of the house were listed, and that was a change to the internal fabric of the house, so they were without hot water for 6 weeks.
1 Ranfurly Terrace is unique. It's the only house that it has an interior that's listed, and it's a particularly, well, you heard about it this morning, it's an extraordinary place. I understand, I'm sympathetic to his situation, but I can only imagine that what he was proposing to do might have had an effect on that remarkable ceiling that we were hearing about this morning. I hope I'm not sure if that's the case. That's always been a difficult issue, number 1 Ranfurly Terrace, because of that particular listing. But it is a special place, and it's the only one that's listed. Its interior is listed, so I'm not sure whether that is just extraordinary rather than typical.
I think in my experience, and I can't remember whether I've raised this at a previous hearing, but I like to say that heritage doesn't say no, heritage says why. And oftentimes planners and heritage advisors are trying to understand what the justification is for effects being caused, and I think that can sometimes be the where disagreements can occur, or not all parties are satisfied in consenting situations.
I think that the concern that's been expressed is that it hasn't been why, it has been no. And in terms of your explanation, Mr. Kelly, I'm sure if you were going into bat for an individual house owner, there would be a robust discussion, and there may not be a meeting of minds, there may well be a compromise, but an individual landowner trying to hurdle the council bureaucracy without benefit of expert assistance might find it rather more challenging.
Yes, I understand, and I sympathise with house owners who don't have skills behind them. I agree, but I come back to the fact that my own personal experience of these situations has been largely positive. But maybe I would say that.
So maybe it's largely positive because you've been involved. That's my point.
I'd love to think that was the case.
And can I ask you a more general question arising from your joint evidence? Paragraph 16, you've got a concern that heritage policies have a focus on enabling works as distinct from enabling conservation. What do you mean by conservation in that sense? Because I'll make sure I understand the terminology, and then I'll understand explain where I'm coming from.
So when I refer to conservation, I usually have the Argosy Charter definition of conservation in mind, which is a very broad definition, which I haven't memorised, but it says things like.
What's the guts of it?
The guts of it is that stabilisation is the number one conservation activity that you can undertake, and then it steps down through repair, restoration, reconstruction, all the way through to adaptation being a method of conservation.
Degrees of intervention.
Thank you.
The thing that was puzzling me is whether conservation is a land use, because the plan manages land uses. It doesn't manage passive.
Conservation is active. They're all active processes: stabilisation, repair, reconstruction, restoration, adaptation.
Well, just taking it, there are also works. So you say that one might say their works in the same sense you're criticising, saying they're enabling works, but as you've defined conservation, that's also a work. So you're saying that shouldn't, but that's the different works should be categorised. Some works should be enabled and some shouldn't.
Yes, I agree that all of those actions could also be defined as works. I wish I could bring up the plan in front of me, and I can't.
Read it? Away. Bear with us, please.
No, not the.
Oh, not that. Oh, not chatter.
Anyway.
Oh, the reason I react is that as you're defining conservation, that has a different definition to the one in the Conservation Act.
Yes, and I think it.
Which is about preservation.
Right. I mean, the conservation.
And so I think if you're using that term, or that we need to be really clear what it is you're talking about. Because that's what I reacted to. That because, as I say, my understanding of conservation is the definition of the Conservation Act.
Mm-hmm. So I would prefer the definition of in the Olympus Charter, because I think it's much more clearly for this purpose, that the Conservation Act is to establish the Department of Conservation and set out its purpose and functions, whereas the purpose of the Olympus Charter is sets out the principles for conservation of heritage places in New Zealand.
You said 21, little reason to support relaxation of plan provisions proposed. Of course, the number one difference between the regulatory regime under which the ODP was promulgated and that which we are now considering is the interposition of the NPSUD and its instruction that even where qualifying matters are involved, you have the minimum possible restriction on intensification and densification. So that is one obvious potential reason for a difference in approach compared in the PDP compared to the ODP. What's your response to, like, that's a provocative statement in itself. I'm not necessarily saying I accept it, but I'll put it to you as a proposition.
I don't have the exact wording of the NPSUD in front of me, but I'd be curious to know how Section 6F is a qualifying matter that's
But
aside
it has over the top in 332 and 333 instruction that, and this is echoed in section 77J of the Enabling Act, or as amended by the Enabling Act in 2021, that yes, 6F is a qualifying matter, but any qualifying matters have to be evaluated pursuant to a framework that assesses costs and benefits, and a policy direction that the minimum possible restriction on intensification consistent with the qualifying matter is undertaken, so that you have a much sharper push. Say, is the level of protection being provided for, in this case, historic heritage, as much and only as much as can be justified, whereas it was a much more open inquiry pre-NPSUD.
But that's for you to work out. We're here to tell you why heritage is important and needs to be part of the equation and part of the qualifying matter, as a qualifying matter.
And I think I would acknowledge that you are in a difficult position, given that there's no corresponding national direction for historic heritage.
I liken it to sitting on a very sharp fence. You referred both in your evidence at paragraph 50 and in your overall statement to the signal that a reference to partial demolition seeks. What's the signal?
The signal is that demolition is could be seen by some as an acceptable process if there is a way of achieving that outcome. There are some circumstances in which demolition can occur, but we'd like to see the emphasis placed again, coming back to this word conservation, that partial demolition is not part of that sequence of interventions. So partial demolition, we just think sends the wrong signal. Basically what we are trying to say.
And I understand the point you're making about mothballing and the example you gave us of the provincial chambers. Are there any local examples you can point to of buildings that have been successfully mothballed?
We can certainly point to buildings that have been left unused for long periods. Whether they count as mothballing, I don't know. The most obvious example for me immediately would be the Supreme Court. But you would struggle to say that the Ministry of Justice was mothballing it.
The old Supreme Court. Yeah, it's now the back end of the
Supreme Court, and it had at one point a pohutukawa growing out of its parapet. So whether or not that counts as mothballing, I doubt it does.
I mean, maybe you could say that the Central Library was mothballed for a period. It's not a heritage building. Oh, it is or it isn't, depending on where you look.
Heritage New Zealand.
Yeah,
we can come back to you.
The Supreme Court's exactly the right example, because I was in it when it was still operational. When I was a little lawyer. The issue about how you treat structures within a heritage area, whether you treat them as if they're individually listed. We had evidence from an owner in Salisbury Gardens, and maybe that's the exception that proves the rule, where that evidence was a number of those properties have been renovated, extended significantly without apparently affecting the heritage values of the area. But if it were treated as individually listed, would never have been allowed. And so the proposition I put to you would it be, does it depend on the nature of the values of the heritage area? That in some cases, depending on what those values might be, that relatively small changes to individual houses would be detrimental to those values, and in some cases they wouldn't be, depending on what the values are.
So firstly, I would say that the wording in the district plan the operative district plan has been applied, the houses in Salisbury Garden Court have been treated as if they were individually listed buildings, because that is what the operative district plan says that you have to do. You have to treat individual buildings in heritage areas as if they are individually listed buildings. But
I think that the evidence was that the changes had occurred pre-ODP.
I see. And then I would agree with you that changes should be based on values, allowable changes, and that might be quite different when you're looking at a cluster of residential buildings in the suburbs or a street of commercial buildings in the city.
The discussing a controlled activity status for floor levels visible from exterior. This is about paragraph 78, 79. Or 78 in particular, you're saying controlled activity status implies future changes will be confined to tweaks or enhancements. The argument I've heard put to me generally by people seeking controlled activity status rather than restricted discretionary status or more is that the scope to impose conditions, if you look at the cases, is very broad. And specifically, it's not limited to minor tweaks, and that may be, if that is how it's applied, that's an issue of administration. But as a matter of law, you can impose conditions that require significant change from what's applied, or impose significant restrictions on what's applied. So when you say implies, are you thinking in terms of practical administration, or are you saying something more fundamental? Is this the hospital pass down the end of the table?
Yes, I noticed that figure swinging around looking at me. I think we are concerned that without discretion, you are not in a position to be able to necessarily manage the effects to the extent that we would expect for a heritage building of this, of any heritage building. I mean, if it's, and if we can have evidence that a controlled activity status could deliver the same outcomes, well then, I mean, we would, I presume, be open to that. But it felt to us that if you're using a controlled status, you're not necessarily in the business of making significant change to somebody's proposal. You're doing, as I've said here, minor changes. So, I mean, if there is an alternative, yeah, we'll be open to listening to and hearing what that might be.
The paragraph 83 saying determine in the first instance whether an unreinforced masonry chimney is a seismic risk. Query whether it's pretty safe to assume that any unreinforced masonry structure in Wellington is a seismic risk.
Not necessarily. If you've got a chimney that's relatively low profile and it's well housed within a building frame, you might be able to get away with it. By and large, though, you're probably right that they would be a risk. But I think it depends on the circumstances. I wouldn't assume automatically that a chimney is quite prone.
I've written my summary that I've just written down. I'm just going to check back with you. I'll read back my notes. By and large, probably right, but not always.
And I guess
Is that unfair? Is that an unfair characterisation of what you just said?
Well, given that it's a generalisation on my part as well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
I would see it alongside the changes to the Building Act around earthquake-prone buildings that single-storey wooden houses were excluded from that regime. I'm not sure of the reasoning behind that, but I assume because it was that they were seen to be low risk, even if they had a reinforced masonry chimney.
That may have been because the system couldn't physically handle the number of buildings.
Assessments that would be required.
There were assessments that were required.
But I think what we were also trying to do is get a proper process in place so that the chimneys are treated like anything else, that you go through a process and then you make your argument, and then if at the end of the chimney comes down, well, so be it.
So going into the detail of the design guide, 102, solar panels. Interesting contrast of two matters of national importance coming into conflict or potential conflict, and you've said they should be located away from the main or most publicly visible elevation, which is of course the right answer from a heritage point of view. But the NPS REG says you put renewable electricity generation where the resource is, which in a solar panel is on the north facing elevation. So how do you juggle the two higher order instructions?
Well, again, that's your job.
But, and I think
comforting advice.
We've pointed out the percentage of the city, the number of sites, buildings in the city that are covered by heritage protection is very small. So this would only affect a small number of places.
And I think you can probably use your imagination to work out exactly what a house, for instance, a domestic dwelling might look like if it had solar panels on its main elevation. It would look a little clumsy, to say the least.
The other, the devil's advocate response is the number of heritage buildings might be very small, but the NPS REG says that all REG is important, no matter how small. So that there's a fundamental conflict, as Mr. Kelly said. That's
Can I just
Yeah,
ask
go
a
for it.
question to that?
Yeah, go for it.
Since technology has actually moved on, and as an architect, one knows what's out there. And nowadays you can get, for example, things like look-alike masonry tiles that are solar panels. Yeah, you didn't know that was so good.
Hey, you learn something new every day.
If they would fit, I don't know, if the building in question would actually have had traditionally masonry tiles, for example, would it be acceptable in your view then to have that sort of material on the roof?
Yes, I think the design guide could cover off those kinds of.
Can you speak up, Liz?
Sorry.
Or lead forward?
Yes, I think the design guide could be more specific about that. About solar panels that are more sympathetic to the fabric of a building.
Is there corrugated steel like product that could?
I have not seen that yet.
Okay, so we're waiting for that one.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
And I think it would be, I mean, it's also got to be values based, as we've previously discussed.
It's the issue I had about wanted to pose with you in 106, saying that the schedules don't adequately protect historic heritage nor reflect what Wellingtonians value. We had a discussion this morning with Mr. Kelly was present for, with Mr. Bill Mackay, and we were discussing the fact that people might value what you might call old heritage, but not recent heritage. His point was it takes time for people to appreciate the things that are currently regarded as ordinary. In 1910, a villa was ordinary, and now it's special. And so he was making the case for protecting modernist buildings. But so the proposition is that that there is an inherent assumption that people value heritage, but maybe the answer is that people value some heritage, but that heritage professionals are in front of the crowd, at least as in terms of valuing modernist architecture. What's your response to that?
Hey, we're so behind. We should be valuing postmodernist architecture.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that I'm very old, so modernist is still seems recent to me.
I think that different communities value different things, and I think to talk about architecture is quite limiting. That is what is tended to be protected in the district plan of a city, I suppose. But the RMA definition of historic heritage is very broad.
Gordon Wilson Flats is a particularly difficult subject for Wellington, but it does demonstrate that because not all modernist buildings are disliked by the public. If you're going to go down that road, I mean, people love the Beehive, which is an example of a particular period of New Zealand architecture, and there are many others, and they love the library, and there are other buildings in Wellington, West Pomo, but there it certainly is not. It's not clear that modernism in itself is a problem, but they do have a problem with the Gordon Wilson flats. In that sense, I guess that's where experts in heritage tend to have to lead the public, I guess, rather than sit behind them. And that happens with heritage sometimes. It's just the nature of the beast. And so our job is sometimes to tell people what we think is important or what ought to be important, and it's up to them to decide whether they go along with that.
And can I just add, it comes back to there's multiple values that we can bring together and investigate when investigating heritage. So from a personal perspective, my house is in the proposed schedule and I completely support that. It's a 1948 modernist house in Karori. And it's not just the architectural values that are important. It was designed by a refugee architect for a refugee family in Wellington, World War II. So it's the package that's special about that modernist building, and that's the same with the stories connected to lots of heritage buildings around. It's not just what we see, but it's the stories they can tell and the information they can provide us about the past and the people who lived here and are connected to those buildings. So I think that's important to remember as well.
You satisfy my curiosity. Where in Karori are you?
On Campbell Street. And it was designed by Henry Cooke, who is probably a lesser known contemporary of Pliska, Ernst Pliska.
Yes, I lived in Verviers Street for 30 years.
You know it well then.
Yes, probably only passed by 500 times.
Don't end up on the schedule yourself.
Hey.
Be a bit of modernist, wouldn't you?
Ancient. The going to 233 discussion of 233 Willis. 109, you don't agree with Mr. McCutcheon because there's a consent for demolition to be inefficient to list the property. Question for you is, if you do list the property, do you incentivise demolition? That's
It's been known to happen. It's been known to happen quite recently in Wellington at the Katatane Hospital site. I think that's a distinct possibility, but there's also the possibility that the consent holder never puts the consent to use.
Well, that's my point. That if you don't list and the building remains, you achieve your objective. If you do list and the building is bold, then that was a rather akin to shooting oneself in the foot.
I mean, if councils didn't schedule places because they were worried that they were going to be demolished, we wouldn't schedule anything.
No, but in this case, there is a consent already in the kitty to demolish. So I wonder if the pragmatic view is to wait and hope that the consent is not exercised and lapses, and at that point reopen the discussion.
I think my only concern with that would be that after the last time that the heritage schedule was reviewed in Wellington, those sorts of promises were made by the council that there was going to be a rolling review of the heritage schedule, and it's taken over a decade for any more heritage plan changes to be proposed.
Well, I'm now getting into the individual listings. I wonder if hand over to you, Commissioner.
So let me go through the generals first before you.
That's right.
I've got a few on the generals. First of all, in your presentation notes from today, Jacobson, you are saying in your paragraph 12, We would also like to see a plan with a schedule of heritage items that better reflects Wellington's diverse history and heritage. The council has gone through their process and identified certain things that are not on the list, for example, modern buildings, and they have tried to pick some out and put them on. What, in your view, is missing?
Well, I think we've said all along in our submissions that we felt like a broader process could have been gone through from the beginning in terms of reaching out to the public and engaging to find out what they think is important, and going from there. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything more specific, but
Well, I'll just say this, I could take you for a drive, it'll take a day, and I could take you to 200 places that I think should be on the plan that are not at the moment. So
how are these places different to places that are already on the list?
some of them are not at all. They're just I mean, I'm not saying that these are places that you would list as of right. What I'm saying is there are I could think of hundreds of places that could potentially be listed. So it's not just about what's on the list, it's about what we know about Wellington's heritage that is not reflected in the list.
Yeah, and that's exactly my question. What is it that's not reflected?
Well, I mean, if I could just take houses as an example, we do not have the list of houses as it stands does not reflect Wellington's history of domestic dwellings well at all. It was done in early 1990s out of a car, basically, and we have not had many additions since then. Look, it's ripe for reevaluation. It's ripe for an overhaul, but this is an historical legacy, and there is just no appetite to do anything about it, really. So I'll give one example. There's a street in Coleman called Mairiri, which I'm particularly fond of, and it's almost a complete street of 1910s and 20s arts and crafts houses. Not one of them's listed on the district plan. It's possibly the most pristine street I can think of in Wellington, and nothing on the district plan about it. And it's just a plethora of places I could point to.
But there is other places, other arts and crafts buildings in plans. Right?
Some.
Is that what you're saying?
Not. I mean, we're chased after most of the houses designed by Chapman Taylor, and there's some other examples, but yeah, I mean, there's just one. One.
I just tried to get an understanding of
architectural panoply.
What's missing in the bigger picture, and has it just to do with that the public was not involved enough, or has it to do with that even in the council's assessment that they did, there are still gaps that they didn't even identify in terms of thematic?
Yeah, I think it's partly that. It's partly relying on the public to provide, to some extent, this historical list of places that public has put up to the council, not all of which have made it into this process. And then there's possibly the lack of an audit. I did an audit on the district plan in 2007, which I don't think went anywhere. And then, and I don't think anyone's done like a comprehensive audit, for instance, of residential housing in order to pick up the best examples and arrange them thematically and historically. I don't think that I'm pretty sure that's never been done. So that's the kind of gaps that I would look at, and that's just about housing. Without getting into anything else.
Right. Thanks for that. Now, having a look at the methodology, you are saying that in general you have no problems with the methodology as it was applied in terms of figuring out which ones to assess and what not to assess and how to do that. I've asked that question of Ms. Smith because at the end of the day, and that's one point that you are making here too, that places that are listed with historic, with Heritage New Zealand are potentially have to actually reach a higher threshold than what needs to be looked at in the council. And I was asking Ms. Smith why the Heritage New Zealand listed places were part of the selection in the first place, because wouldn't one think that they have already been assessed? We know that they are good. We don't need to do the job again just to satisfy our section 21 of the RSB. And leave, because that was a discussion that we had. There's a lot of time that goes into that, and you've appreciated that, even for you all have actually put a lot of effort into delivering information to the council so they can actually use that and keep on running, which has not been done, as we see. But the point is, in terms of the methodology and picking out the ones that they did assess, in having the Heritage New Zealand ones in there, wouldn't they have had a better use of their resources if they would have left them out and used something else? I'm just not sure. You agree with methodology on the one hand, but on the other hand, you are criticising certain things, like, for example, that Heritage New Zealand has a higher threshold. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're sitting in the picture there.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think you're saying that why would they assess buildings that have already been listed by Heritage New Zealand?
And then complain that the resources are stretched too far.
Well, I think in some cases, those listings by Heritage New Zealand were not done using their most recent, or the last, the kind of assessment they've been doing the last 15 to 20 years. So they could date back further. But in principle, I think you're probably right that if they were assessed using Heritage New Zealand's reasonably robust process, then yes, they ought to, you'd think they'd be rubber stamped. You would think that.
But I think the council's probably hamstrung by the regional policy statement, and it's just how New Zealand's heritage system is, isn't it? That you have the Heritage New Zealand Act over here with all of its own criteria and processes, and then you have the RMA over here, and the regional policy statement sitting under that, which has its separate criteria for assessing heritage, which are completely different to the criteria in the Heritage New Zealand Act. And the regional policy statement is directing the council how to protect places in its district plan.
I do understand that. It's just the matter that under the regional policy statement, you only have to have one single criterion to lift you over the threshold. And as far as we have been told, the criteria are not that dissimilar between the Act and the RPS. So if it only needs one, then it's fairly likely that out of the Heritage New Zealand's listing, there was that one thing that,
I think this is your bandwagon, isn't it?
I just think that we have had so many submitters that said we have given all that information, we have done all that work, nothing has been done with it, and the council has replied, because we didn't have the resources. And I'm just trying to figure out where the resources and the methodology, the right thing to do. Did they do what they could do best?
I think it's partly down to the council wanted to have its own process, its own assessment process, its own form, its own way, its own template to follow. And to also, I think they also want to use that information for consenting purposes. So they want to deliver it in a certain way so that it meets their information needs, minimum information needs. So that's driving the council's attitude, but I think there has to be a simpler and more effective way of transposing
nominations into the plan. It's clearly cumbersome and yeah, it's not fit for purpose, I would suggest, but that's my own view. Very much my own view, yeah.
At the risk of being extremely cheeky, I think if there was a finding in your report along, I don't know, if there's something that reported on the difficulty between aligning the Heritage New Zealand listings with council ones, that could be very useful.
Obviously doesn't apply just here as well, of course.
Yes.
This is a national problem.
I'm well aware of that. The other issue with the methodology is they took the methodology, the heritage, and then the next one was the things that were coming out of Dokumomo and other nominations. A lot of the 600 have not been looked at because they weren't earmarked as we know that there is value. How big do you think is the risk out of those remaining 500 that have not been looked at, that using that approach to pick the ones that we know that have values, we just don't know how much, that there's a certain amount of valuable heritage being neglected for however long, as long as that methodology is used, that otherwise, yeah, is at risk to be demolished and never found.
I don't know what those buildings that have been left off, what most of them are. Do you know? Have you seen the list?
No, but I think there's obviously a risk, but acknowledge that the council has to apply the resource that it has in an efficient way. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I can see why they picked the ones where they already had evidence that there was value.
There was something, yeah.
We might stop and have a break.
Yeah.
Since we've been going quite a while. And so we'll be back at 3:15.
Right.
regarding the that the PDB inappropriately allows maintenance and repair to apply to any fabric. How much work is considered maintenance or repair? Where is the line between replacing things, or we've had this morning, that was yesterday actually, we had a submitter who says they, with the type of windows that they have in their apartment building and the situation where they are in terms of the location where they are, they have a regular maintenance regime where they take their steel windows out and replace them with new ones. And that's a regular maintenance. And I was asking them, you know, how that works in terms of the authenticity of the building. But, and for them, that's a matter of maintenance because, you know, they have steel windows, they are in a spray zone, they deteriorate rather quickly. Where is the line between maintenance and repair and replacement in situations like that, for example, where also, and this comes back to the policies and rules, where structural elements should not be taken out.
So I think the bottom line, I guess, can say is that we're happy with what was proposed by Mr. McCutcheon and his rebuttal evidence for the definition of maintenance and repair. And is it the Whananui Apartments that you're talking about? I can't recall whether it was in Mr. McCutcheon's evidence or Ms. Smith's, but there was a note that there was going to be some kind of special council engagement with them, which also sounded reasonable to us.
I think that was Ms. Smith's suggestion.
Yeah. And how far does that set a precedent for any other person who wants to do things to their building that don't quite fall into the maintenance and repair, or do they fall in the maintenance? That's where my question comes from. What's maintenance and repair, and where do we go outside of that? And yeah, but the definition in the plan doesn't give me that answer at the moment.
Yes, I'm just trying to find the words that Mr. McCutcheon suggested should be added to the definition. Here we go, by adding facades, exterior wall or roof. So yeah, that I would take a similar view to you, I think, Commissioner, that in this current definition, if G has been deleted about windows, that it would allow for the wholesale replacement of windows as repair and maintenance. And on the face of it, that sounds like that might not achieve good conservation outcomes, and it would be better to allow for discretion.
But you wanted to have that last bit out with the windows.
Just the very last, just the double glazing exception.
Yeah, okay.
So we have said in our speaking notes that we agreed with Mr. McCutcheon's definition, but we've maybe been a little bit too hasty to agree to the removal of G.
Yeah. Talked about mothballing already.
Sorry, I'm just remembering that Michael and I talked about this as well. He's looking at me. So we actually did talk about this, and we wondered why windows should be singled out over any other aspect of a building, and we posited that
changing a window, it might be captured by C, changes to the design, texture or form of the fabric. So we felt that you could list any number of aspects of a building at G. Why the only reason that windows have been picked out is for the purposes of the exception, I think.
Yeah, and as far as I understood Mr. McCutcheon saying, this is for the reason that the windows are the weakest point in terms of the thermal insulation of a building, and because the walls should be insulated by now. So I think that was, from what I heard him say, the exception, the windows, because yeah, that's what people.
So I think you could arguably say if someone is replacing old steel windows with new steel windows, if they're of a different design, well then they don't comply with the definition of maintenance and repair, and there would need to be discretion.
If they were of the same design, they would.
If they were of the same design, you could do it, permitted, that would be permitted.
Although I think you need to go through a process to determine that they were in fact beyond salvage. I mean, that's the
Whanganui example. They said that they're doing it by rotation. They're working their way constantly around the building in loops.
Right.
Yep.
And
what they do, as I understand, is they take the windows out and refurbish the windows that they've taken out before they are too far gone, and then have over time acquired a few other windows from other buildings, older buildings, that were of the same style. So they replace them with that, and then they go in this in the cycle of taking out, fixing, putting a new one in, and so they go around the house.
Seems like
year by year.
Like the old story about painting Sydney Harbour Bridge, get to the end and then start again.
Are these all steel?
Yeah. And they, from what I gathered, what I was asking yesterday, they are the same type of window. They are just not the original fabric. Mothballing. Now, facadism, I have to come back to that. You're saying that generally that's not an accepted process, but in exceptional circumstances it might be. And then you're talking about earthquake after earthquakes. Can you talk me through the rationale in terms of the heritage values that are kept in a facade, and why the reason why we are left with a facade makes a difference to those heritage values?
Well, I don't think a facade does leave us with much heritage value. The only reason that we offered those exceptions was extraordinary events like earthquakes in Christchurch. The only reason that they were signalled out as a possible option was because there was this desire to maintain a streetscape, familiarity for the people of Christchurch. Other than that, there was no rationale for it.
I just want to say, but that's an urban design issue, not a heritage issue, isn't it?
It's not a heritage issue, but there are circumstances where you might end up with a facade, and we're not saying that's a heritage outcome. It's just an outcome where you might keep a facade. It doesn't necessarily make it a heritage matter.
No, but what we are hearing here, and what the council's position is of allowing in special circumstances facadism, is that the facade is then still scheduled as an heritage element.
Yes, that's right. It is.
Whereas
it shouldn't be.
That's that was the question. Is it?
Can we just go on, jump in here, please?
It isn't so.
Well,
I wouldn't necessarily share the same views as Michael on that point. And facadism has been allowed by the operative district plan provisions. The one example that I can think of is the Decker building on the corner of Cooke Street and Dixon Street.
Which building was that?
Decker.
Ah, Decker.
Isn't the Stuart Dawson's one?
I don't know that that was allowed, but I think it was already a facade, basically. I don't know when that happened.
Cooke's would be the best example.
But was that under the operative district plan? Right. What was my point? I don't think the operative district plan had. I couldn't say. I don't know whether the operative district plan also mentioned facades as an approach.
I think the problem lies in the fact that facades have been listed, so therefore it's very hard to get out of that. To repudiate that would mean delisting a whole lot of facades. It's a problem. Yeah.
We've talked about the design guides, and I've just noted here that you do agree that this can become, at least the front part of it, a part of the bigger discussion on design guidelines in general. With regards to the ranking of the schedules, you were of the opinion that ranking is not required.
Yes.
Definitely not.
And your reason for that was because heritage management should be values-based. Now, isn't the ranking the first step of the value? Isn't that the value hierarchy?
I guess that's one way of taking a values-based approach. And another way is not to rank and treat places in terms of their individual values rather than whether they've been ranked 1 or 2.
Now, one of your main points was that council hasn't actually done the engagement with the public as you think they should have. And as you say in your paragraph 149, the engagement was inadequate as the proposals that have actually come through the submitters should have been picked up much earlier in the process. Now, what's the relief that you're actually seeking for that, and what can what can be done?
I think we're very aware that there's very little relief that the panel can provide. Maybe we've mentioned, and I had mentioned here today, that after the last heritage plan change was undertaken by the council, there was a long delay before this plan review was started. So I guess maybe it's for you to tell us what's within your power, whether you have any powers. I don't know what powers you have to direct the council. I understand you can only make recommendations.
That's the thing, that's our thing, to make recommendations.
So
up or not.
If you could recommend the council undertake more plan changes relating to heritage on a regular basis, or do the work required for them, like public engagement and surveys, assessments. That's probably the only relief that we can expect.
Okay. Yes. That's me for the general stuff. Now you can fire along with the other things.
I only had one other example on the specific provisions. This is the discussion at about 355, the parade, paragraph 135 rather, saying the fact that the values are seen in other buildings not a valid reason not to schedule. It's not an exercise in stamp collecting. Connecting one example, any item that meets the criteria. One of the criteria is representativeness. And at a certain level, you're saying you don't just pick one, but is a search for that which is representative, a search for every example?
No, I don't think so. I think the purpose of the representative criteria is to enable the best representative example or examples to be protected.
Well, that was going to be my next question, whether that was the right approach. So well anticipated. That was all I had.
Two quick fire questions from me. It's going to be like speed dating. I'll ask the question quickly and you can answer it as equally as quickly so we can move on to the next one. In the design guides, you indicated that you were supportive, but there was not a lot of detail as to what that process on the development of the design guide would look like that was recommended in the 42A. If I was to say to you what it should look like, what would you say? If I said, what process should we follow? What would you say we should follow?
Well, did I understand from Commissioner Robinson that there is actually a minute out there that we just, there isn't a minute yet, but there's going to be.
Hey, at the moment, it's a group of concepts that's floating around in my head. So so it's an ideal opportunity to providing input as to what the minute should say.
I think the answer is also that business of interacting, bringing all the design guys together seems like a very sensible thing to do. So, you know, they obviously overlap. Different, some values are picked up in one guide and picked up, something similar is picked up in another. So yeah, sounds like a very sensible approach.
The only other question I have is in the speaking notes from yourself, Amanda and Mr. Kelly, at 15, you talk about the problems of non-scheduled and the definition of non-scheduled buildings and structures having no historic heritage as a vis-a-vis, insufficient, which is suggested. At 15, you make the point that these values are on a spectrum, they're not a threshold of protection. Is by identifying not actually saying that it's a matter of having heritage value or not? If saying it is or it isn't sufficient, or is or isn't heritage, whatever wording we use, is that not by default taking it off that binary definition and saying it's one or the other?
I think I get your point. I think there are two types of binaries that are being discussed here. So there's the binary of has heritage value, doesn't have heritage value, which I really don't think is so helpful because heritage value is on a spectrum. And then the other binary is depending on where your value is placed on that spectrum meets the threshold for heritage protection, doesn't meet the threshold for heritage protection. So heritage protection is a binary situation.
But if we're putting it on a schedule, aren't we answering that question to put it on the schedule? Or am I missing something? So if we're saying as identified in Schedule 1, so it's what you're saying is that's not binary, that's a gate. Yes or no?
Binary for some purposes, not for others.
Yeah. Because I get what you're trying to say is that there's the spectrum there that's important to have in your toolbox to be able to identify whether it's sufficient or not sufficient. what I'm struggling with is once it's on the schedule, you've kind of closed the gate on a lot of that binary to a certain extent, haven't you?
I think we're talking about places that are on the site of a scheduled building. And here they've been described as having no historic heritage value, and that's why they're being excluded. But I think it's unlikely that, I don't think there are many places that have no historic heritage value.
Yep.
All places have a certain level of historic heritage value, but it's only the few that meet the threshold for heritage protection.
Thank you. That's all the other questions I had been asked. So thank you.
Yes, likewise, I'll keep it very short. I think my first question is to Ms Mulligan about the concepts of stabilisation and mothballing. And starting point is to acknowledge that you have concern with Objective 03 about sustainable long-term use. You don't think it's necessary. I think you've said yes. And really the concept of stabilising and mothballing should be looked at. But I guess the question I've got there, and I'm certainly familiar with the Canterbury Provincial Chambers project as both a former resident of Christchurch, but also as a commissioner that signed off the decisions that allowed for the stabilisation of that building. My question there is twofold. What is there a concept that's better suited to publicly owned buildings than privately owned buildings, given the examples that you've been able to speak to in Wellington are, I guess, few and far between? What's your response to that?
I don't think that that's the case. I think that maybe it's more likely that a publicly owned building might end up in that situation. So, for example, Erskine College, Heritage New Zealand's ultimate position on that when it went through its final court process, whatever that was that it should be mothballed. This should be undertaken with that building, a privately owned building. It should be stabilised and mothballed, and we should wait until an opportunity presented itself.
Yes. Is that the exception rather than the rule, though, in the private sense, as opposed to the public realm? I guess what I'm trying to understand is whether it's a reasonable imposition on private sector to require or to encourage stabilising and mothballing in light of the view that we're being presented by many people, is that heritage protection is more effective when there's a viable economic use for the building.
Look, I am very guilty of going around and saying that I want a T-shirt that says the best form of conservation is use on it. However, I still think that the district plan should provide ways for the council to advocate for stabilisation and mothballing where it's appropriate.
But you think that the best vehicle is through the district plan as opposed to through other vehicles for doing that through financial incentives, etc.?
So I don't think we're suggesting that the district plan should require stabilisation and mothballing, more that the words appear in the introduction or sustainable use is defined to include those words, so that when an applicant is being asked to show that they've looked at all reasonable alternatives to something that is going to have a significant adverse effect, that's one of the things they have to have looked at.
So that would involve an alteration to Objective 3, but also might involve an alteration to, I think it's Policy 11, which deals with total demolition, I think.
Yes, I suppose so. Again, we should look and see what the considerations are at Policy 11, potentially.
I think it's Policy 11, but
that's height of development.
Sorry, it's the new numbered policy 11. I can't remember what it was previously. Yeah.
Oh, 10, it's 10, isn't it?
10. 10?
Now
Oh,
11.
it's now 11.
Yes.
When did that happen?
In the 42A.
In the 42A. Mr. Kelly, happened in the 42A report.
I have read it,
Yes.
I wasn't aware that that had, I'm just looking at the PDP, sorry, is it just, sorry.
So there's a red line track change version.
Yeah.
In the
My
42A.
apologies, yes, I recall, yeah.
Yes, you could include it. You could include it there, but it's not an exclusive list, so it wouldn't be completely necessary to include it.
Okay. Have the has your organisation suggested some wording to policy to objective 03?
We have we did suggest some wording in our evidence.
Okay.
Which I think was to add conservation.
Yes, yes, I remember that.
However, that was our second preference, and our first preference was that HHO3
be deleted. I think.
Was deleted.
Yes. Okay. The reason I asked the policy question is that obviously it's one thing to establish an outcome, a goal at the objective level. The next thing is how do you achieve that? And it's usually the policies that do the heavy lifting there. So, you know, without specifying a policy, the objective might be hollow if it was changed. Okay, look, I'll move on very quickly. And the last matter is not really a question. It's just I'm returning to that theme that I talked about earlier when I interrupted the first speaker about the proposed district plan being more permissive. And I referred to a table that Mr. McCutcheon had prepared.
Yes.
Got a hard copy of the table here, which I'm happy to share with you. But I've had a quick look at it, and it's colour coded, and it shows the shifts from the ODP through to the notified plan through to the 42A. And a very cursory examination of it shows that the colours run through all three periods, all three documents. In most instances, there are some exceptions, and some categories have changed. For example, internal seismic structures being visible, new floor levels, walls, temporary works, and double glazing all have a lower activity status, but that's reflects the attempt to provide standards to make them either permitted or controlled, and where they don't meet those standards, they flick to a higher level. But interestingly enough, what remains the same is additions and alterations, and repositioning, and new buildings and structures on a site. They remain as restricted discretionary activities. Where the substantial changes are, and for individual listings in schedules 1 and 2, is the demolition and relocation rules, which go from a restricted discretionary to a discretionary activity, and you'll see that very simply through the indication of red in the last columns. And the same with heritage areas, similar changes. The demolition of contributing buildings and relocation of buildings goes from a restricted discretionary in heritage areas to discretionary. So I just didn't want you to leave this hearing thinking or in the view that there had been a wholesale reduction of control, and that if anything, with where heritage fabric and the retention of it is concerned, the activity status has probably got more stringent. And you know, that's also reflected in the policy provisions where the alterations and additions and minor changes have a manage focus, whereas the demolition and relocation have an avoid unless focus. So I'm not trying to tell you how to suck eggs by any means, but I think this was an important exercise that we asked Mr. McCutcheon to do, and I think it's important that you have time to reflect on it.
Yeah.
So I'll leave a copy with the hearings administrator you collected on the way.
I do have one quick reflection, which is, and maybe Michael might argue with me, but just around, so the provision, the status for demolition has been strengthened, but I'm not certain that demolition and relocation have been an issue so much for Wellington under the operative district plan, but visible earthquake strengthening has been, and that's one that's been relaxed. Yeah, but we would love to do some more reflecting on the table.
Came down to a choice between earthquake strengthening and no earthquake strengthening.
Well, I think what we've said in our evidence is that we don't think that that's been a situation in Wellington, that the plan has allowed for appropriate earthquake strengthening to be undertaken at heritage buildings.
Yeah. Oh, that's useful ring fencing of that activity status issue. Thank you.
I think that's us. Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate the amount of time and the effort you put into the exercise and the feedback you've given us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
See you again.
Yeah.
Tree, Mr. Spencer, I presume. Over to you, Ms. Tree.
Thank you, sir. Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon. So I'm Ms. Tree, legal counsel for Argosy, and I'm appearing. Sorry, is my speaker on? Sorry about that. And I'm appearing with Mr. Spencer, who's an independent arborist. You should have a copy of my legal submissions.
We do indeed. Which arborist?
Thank you. And also Mr. Spencer's provided a brief of evidence, but also some speaking notes, which have been circulated just this morning. I do have some hard copies of those if you do not have them.
I think I probably have them under a pile of paper. Certainly have a decision.
Otherwise, I could hand these up.
I don't think we have. I think you better hand them to us and we'll go from there.
I've just got 5 copies, but if I.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, just one copy. So what I propose to do is really just speak to 3 points in my legal submissions, and then hand over to Mr. Spencer to go through his speaking notes.
Okay.
So there was, and as you appreciate in terms of the legal submissions, there's 3 key issues that they address: notable trees, heritage buildings, and view shafts. And I've just got a couple of points on each of those that I want to cover in a bit of detail. So firstly, in relation to the notable trees, and in respect of Rule 1 and the amendments sought by Argosy to that rule, to provide for another activity for permitted pruning and trimming of notable trees. So Mr. Spencer supports an amendment to this rule to also provide for trimming and pruning in accordance with arboricultural best practice, and provided that the tree standard 1 is complied with, and that's that it's undertaken or supervised by a works arborist and the council is notified 10 days prior to the works occurring. Mr. Melville for the council does not support this change and considers trimming or pruning other than for the users already identified in Rule 1 may affect the health or amenity of the tree, and the requirement for consent will ensure involvement of a more qualified individual and a better outcome for the tree. However, it's submitted that this may not be the best outcome for a tree. If pruning requires resource consent, it is more likely that it will not occur due to the expense and cost of that process. And Mr. Spencer will address this further, that there are circumstances not already included in Rule 1 where pruning and trimming is appropriate. For example, where there's crossing or rubbing of branches. If the concern is that there's appropriate oversight in terms of the circumstances when that should occur, Mr. Spencer's also proposed in his speaking notes another amendment to the proposed rule addition, which provides that the works could first of all be recommended by a technician arborist. So I'll let him talk to that in a bit further. And that just brings me to my second point in terms of that definition of technician arborist. So again, Mr. Melville has confirmed helpfully that the definition provides flexibility to include those with an equivalent to level 6 standard. But unless there is an approved list, the definition provides really uncertainty, and it's not helpful for members of the public to know whether an arborist has the required standing and approval of the council. So it's submitted that there's already a list that the council provides in terms of appropriate arborists at that level, and it would be helpful for that to be referenced in the plan and available on the council's website. Now I've just got a couple of points to address in relation to the heritage provisions. The first is in relation to internal alterations. And Argosy supports the council officer recommendation to provide a new rule HHR6. And if you have the markup of the provisions, it might be helpful to turn to that. And this is the rule relating to works involving the creation of new internal floor levels or internal seismic strengthening of a heritage building that are externally visible. But in respect of the inclusion of that new rule, which I understand then as a consequential change, involved the deletion of what is now HHR 7.1 in terms of works that were permitted. And to really read that rule and understand it, it's helpful to turn to what was standard 1, which was the permitted additions, alterations and partial demolition. But standard 1 was specifically for works that were internal, internal to bulk heritage, but not involve buildings where the whole interior or individual interior elements were specifically scheduled. So with that change, the concern is there's now a gap in the provisions. So where you have got the interior of a heritage building, there's no rule that provides for works to that interior. And from my reading of the rules, that then fall as a restricted discretionary activity where that interior is not scheduled.
Do they fall into a restricted discretionary or just be uncontrolled?
I think they would fall in the more general provisions in terms of just the alterations, additions or partial demolition of heritage buildings and heritage structures as part of the interior of that.
I think we discussed a definition of heritage structures, heritage buildings, heritage structures, to make clear that where the only the external element is protected, that is the heritage structure. It's the external elements. Would that solve the problem?
It could, unless there's still no specific rule for your interior. And then if there's no rule, then if you default.
Well, if there's no rule, you're under section 9. You do whatever you want. There's no default provision in the sense of activities not otherwise listed.
There's no default provision in the
sense
in the plan,
in the heritage element,
or in the general provisions.
That might be an interesting question for Mr. McCutcheon to ponder.
Yes, yeah, and I haven't followed that through and considered that. So if there is no kind of catch-all provision in the general provisions, it says if you have activity that's not listed.
Control discretionary.
Yeah, because often then often there's a general provision that says if you're not listed, you default to discretionary. And other district plans.
So some plans actually have the default to permitted, but surprisingly.
Yeah. But I suppose that, at this stage, I think there's a gap.
If I may, there's no general default activity status specified anywhere else in the plan. The drafting approach is such that those general statuses are within those specific chapters themselves. I can reassure you that the intention is not to regulate interiors of buildings where they're not addressed by the protections required column in Schedule 1 of the Heritage Schedule, which, as the Chair has noted, was the drafting approach which I had followed, which is the same as the operative plan. It doesn't keeps mum about internal works otherwise. Totally recognise your point though.
So the issue is, I think your answer is a definition might solve the problem, but obviously you'd want to see what it said to satisfy yourself of that. But the concept seems to work.
I think, yeah, it should be okay now that there's no real relation to interiors, but if the interior isn't scheduled, and if we're clear in the definition in terms of when we're talking about buildings or structures, that it's only those elements of them that are scheduled.
Thank you. And last view shafts.
So there was just one more point in relation to heritage buildings. Oh, yeah, sure. So firstly, just in relation to the Section 88 information requirements for a list of things that includes a list of matters that must be included when there is a proposal to demolish a heritage building. And in the provisions, so this is Rule 13. And so the concern there is that this list, which has also now been added to in the Section 42A report, is extensive, and there's a concern that not all those things may be relevant or necessary for any particular application. And some of those things also come at a significant cost to an applicant. You know, for example, a detailed seismic analysis can be in the tens of thousands of dollars. And so my submission, it's the applicant that has to make the case for demolition. So then it should be the applicant's duty in terms of deciding what it wants to put forward to make that case. But also in terms of the information required from the decision maker's position, sometimes they don't need all that information to make a decision and be satisfied. And that's why I've provided that decision of the Environment Court for you. So, and just towards the end of that decision, on page 206 and 207, at paragraph 112, the court, so this was a case where it was an application to by the Hamilton Diocese to demolish a Category B building, where they also had a Category A building on the same site. And consent was granted to demolish, and the court noted that while more detailed information, for instance, geotechnical issues, a conservation plan or DSA could have been helpful, we recognise that it could only be presented at some cost. And in the end, we consider we have quite enough information on which to make a soundly based decision. So I think that's helpful. It's helpful to recognise that sometimes not all the information that you can provide is necessary to provide. And I suppose particularly my concern in terms of the wording of that rule is the word must. And so that leads to the potential for, if an applicant doesn't provide that information, could the application be refused, that it's not complete? Or if the council decides in its discretion that in this circumstance, actually the applicant doesn't need to provide that, and then does proceed to process, then that decision could still be subject to legal challenge on the basis that the application and what's been considered isn't in accordance with the plan. So I have provided some alternative wording to that list at the back of my legal submissions, so in Appendix A, some amendments to some of the matters, and also proposing that various matters be deleted from that list. The panel may also want to consider in terms of that must and provide a bit more flexibility. If the intent is for this list to provide some information for an applicant about things that may be required to get them over the line in terms of an application.
Thank you.
And then just the final point on heritage was just so kind of a similar concern about the notification rule, that all applications must be publicly notified. You know, we have a process and a clear framework in the RMA in terms of whether notification is required or not. And I think it's the same point that sometimes actually following that that process and framework, public notification is not necessary. So I think it's we have a process and that will lead to the appropriate outcome in terms of notification, rather than saying that everything must be notified.
Contrary argument would be there's also a process in the Act for providing notification preclusion and for providing directing notification. So all three legislative options are open.
Well, I suppose, but in terms of the heritage buildings, so I think when you, if you're going to provide for providing notification or not providing notification, I suppose you need to be very certain that in all circumstances, that's the appropriate pathway to take. And in my submission in terms of heritage buildings, there can be some circumstances that public notification is required.
Thank you.
And then final comments just in relation to the view shaft provisions. So Argosy's property at 7 Waterloo Quay is subject to view shaft 3, and the property at 360 Lambton Quay is subject to view shaft 9. And I just note, so both of those view shafts are contained view shafts. And Ms. Popova's evidence for the council records that both view shafts 3 and 9 were identified for possible removal, but were then retained. But from her evidence, I couldn't find any really good understanding and description in terms of that assessment for removal and why they were decided to be retained. Resource consent is required as a restricted discretionary activity for buildings or structures within the view shaft. So it is an onerous control in terms of a view shaft and where it extends over private property. So it's important in terms of these controls that they're justified and appropriately considered in terms of their location and extent. So I'll just turn to my legal submissions. I addressed this in relation to 7 Waterloo Quay at paragraph 53. And so Ms. Popova's replied in relation to Argosy's submission that it should be, the extent of this over their property should be considered. And she comments that these view shafts were reviewed in 2020 and it didn't establish the need for any changes. And then she also explains that the PwC building frames the left margin of the view, and realignment of that margin could narrow the extent of the view shaft frame. But we've provided on the following page figure A, which in the line of the view shaft and the PwC building is at the bottom of that aerial. Argosy's property is the one with the trees on the front corner. But then the Ridges Hotel is the next building to the north, and that building actually extends into that view shaft frame. So it's considered appropriate that it needs to, the view shaft and the extent of it needs to be considered in light of the encroachment from the Ridges Hotel. From my layman's point of view, it seems that there shouldn't be a control on the Argosy property when I suppose the frame of the view shaft has already been changed from the Ridges Hotel and that development.
When was the Ridges Hotel built?
I have not looked into that.
Like my recollection, it's been there a while.
Yeah, I think it has been there for a while.
So we're looking at shaft 3.
I also have at the back of my submission some of those other plans in terms of so the view shaft 3 Whitmore Street in Appendix B of my submissions, and so that is the view shaft photo from the operative and proposed plan, but those photos haven't been updated as well. So the photos on the next page over were just taken more recently from Google Maps.
Could I just make a point of clarification?
One thing that occurred to me is that the photos on your page 5 are taken from the left-hand side of the road, whereas the view shaft is taken from the right-hand side of the road.
Is correct. Yeah.
So that if you take them from the left, then yes, the ridges extends into, but if you take them from the right, ridges, well, I can't see ridges in the photo. So, if the photo defines what the view shaft covers, if the map extent of the view shaft doesn't show this, then the map has to change. But on the face of it, ridges is not in view and is not extending into the view shaft.
Also, from what I understand in terms of the lines on figure A, so they're from the proposed plan in terms of the view shaft corridor.
Well, I suppose the question is, if you go on, if there's an inconsistency between the two, clearly that has to be sorted out. But if you go off the photo, which is in schedule, schedule 5, you can see the trees extending into the view shaft, the trees on 7 Waterloo Quay, but you can't see ridges. So if that is what is supposed to be the case, is it just a matter of ensuring that the map captures that accurately?
Yes, and I suppose because from the line of the view shaft, yeah, it appears that the ridges does extend into it. So I think the implications of the view shaft are significant.
Yeah. And
so it doesn't appear from the response received that a careful consideration has been given to whether it's appropriate. And
well, yeah, without throwing rocks, is the solution that the map needs to reflect what this photo shows?
Well, and I suppose, but equally, I think the photo and the proposed plan hasn't been updated. So I think first of all, the photo needs to be a new photo, and then it needs to be considered in terms of the.
Well, but
can I make a point of clarification if it's possible?
Well, well, just a minute. The on the face of it, you can only see ridges if you take a view from the left-hand side of the road. The photo on the in schedule 5 is from the right-hand side of the road. You can't see ridges. Are you saying that's because it's an old photo?
Well, I suppose I know it's an old photo, so I suppose I don't know.
Maybe you should ask Ms. Stevens when were these photos taken?
All view shafts received updated photos. This is a correct photo, and I would say there's only a minor.
Say updated, when updated?
As part of the proposed plan when it's notified, so I believe it was last year, 2022. So all this view shaft photo fits the frame as it should. It's correctly mapped. There's a slight extension of the ridges right at the top of the corner, but it's very minute. And I would also just make a clarification as well that Ms. Popova did not recommend that 3 and 9 change. It was recommended that the operative plan 3, which is of the view shaft, be amalgamated, and that 9A from Grey Street be removed, but not 3 and 9 of the proposed plan.
Right. So so Ms. Stevens is telling us the photos 2021 or 2022. So.
And thank you for that clarification. I read that in one of the statements that the photos hadn't been updated.
I think that's view shaft 5. That's because it currently shows construction, but that needs an updated photo, but the rest are all updated.
Okay. I think we'll ask Ms. Stevens to reply in detail on that issue.
That would be helpful. And I suppose the key thing is in terms of these view shafts, the contained view shafts, and in terms of the description, it's talking about that, on either side of the view shaft, that where it extends over private property, it's to frame the view, but the view is, say, here towards the harbour, or some other focal point. But when you're putting restrictions on private property in terms of how that is framed, when the view shaft is down a road, which will always be provided for in terms of and retained in terms of the focal point, it seems like a very onerous control in terms of requiring resource consent for what would normally be in a being able to build up to your boundary in a central city environment.
The response might be, well, yes, it is onerous, but it's only for that section where it's currently occupied by large trees. You'd have to flatten the trees. The interesting, speaking of trees, are they notable trees?
Yes. And in terms of the trees, so part of it's about half of the front part of that site has the notable trees, and equally, but because you're providing for notable trees and trees to be retained, then the ability to develop on the other half of that frontage is important.
Right. Sorry, I interrupted you repeatedly. Please carry on.
Thank you. The second view shaft in relation to 360 Lambton Quay. So this view shaft provides, again, it's a contained view down the street, and I have the photos for that also attached on page 7 of my legal submissions. And so Argosy's property is on the corner and close to the Aon Centre. So it's, and I suppose if you look at on page 8, it's helpful just to orientate yourself in terms of that view shaft down the street where the Aon Centre is on the corner, and then the Argosy's property is got the black and white lines around the perimeter. So it's the corner of their property, but it extends over quite a significant part. It's about 7.5 metres into their property that the view shaft covers. And again, the concern is in terms of the extent of this view shaft and towards the Aon Centre. And so it's accepted that so the Aon Centre is recognised because of its contribution to the sense of place in the city. However, views of the building are already limited by the buildings in the area, and it cannot be seen in totality now. It can be viewed and will always be prominent in view shaft 9 due to its corner location on Willis and Woolston streets. Amending the view shaft at 360 Lambton Quay will not affect the building's ability to be seen as a landmark building. But equally, opposing a development control on 360 Lambton Quay of up to 7.5 metres in width is onerous in the context of the reasons for and focal point of that view shaft. And again, it's just not clear in the evidence of Ms. Popova in terms of why the view shaft and parameters of it couldn't have been considered in light of Argosy's submission, and really what the impact would be if the margin, the right margin of that view shaft was amended.
On the face of it, you'd lose the entire face, Willis Street face, wouldn't you? Or all but?
I would say, well, you know, just from me, but I suppose it depends on the height and perspective. But it may be half of that face. But otherwise, you know, putting a control on one person's private property in terms of a view shaft to a modern, what's considered a landmark building, to me that just doesn't seem an appropriate control.
The obvious thought that went through my mind is that Argosy's only just developed that site. Like, the building's literally only just been finished. And in the location with the step back podium, which the view shaft reflects, how likely is it? Well, you're saying that you want to protect your future development rights for a building, redevelopment rights for a building you've only just finished?
Well, and that's entirely appropriate in terms of equally. I suppose really we're asking is, but also what information is there to justify that this is a significant and important view shaft that should be retained.
Mr. McMahon, do you have any questions on view shafts, or in fact any other element of this, these submissions?
Look, I understand exactly what's being suggested. The difficulty I have is that you're not leading any evidence in relation to the view shafts, and I'm not trying to undermine your legal submissions. But for example, on the issue of the information to be contained with a application for demolition, and the information on and the position on the public notification of buildings, I'm not seeing any Section 32AA analysis of why the position that you've advocated for is more appropriate than the one that's in the notified plan. So that leaves the panel in a little bit of a quandary of trying to balance planning evidence from Mr. McCutcheon and the heritage evidence he's relying on versus legal submissions. So not really a question here, Ms. Tree, but that's just an observation that I would make at this point.
Well, in terms of the lack of Section 32AA analysis, you know, Argosy hasn't called a planner, no. So I couldn't provide that. But equally, if that's something that you were mindful, you could request the council to consider those matters.
Well, the council have responded to the submission and given their analysis as to why they don't think it's appropriate, and therefore they haven't triggered the need to provide a Section 32AA to justify their own 32A assessment in the notified plan. So that's the issue that's facing us.
Mm. Well, but my legal submissions were provided after the 42A report. So
yes,
equally they may consider they've got further information now that they may want to address.
Well, we'll see what they come back with in that sense. But as to specific questions, I certainly understand what you are requesting in terms of both the heritage rules, the notable tree rules, and the view shaft rules. Be interested in seeing some of the responses from the council in due course.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Ms. Trent? I think
I will hand over to Mr. Spencer.
David.
Thank you for letting me speak to you today. In general, I'm supportive of the proposed district plan notable trees chapter. It's well thought through and easy to follow. I support all the objectives and policies as written in the following rules and standards: tree R3, tree R4, tree S1 and tree S3. In general, I support the policies of tree P3 and tree P4 as they recognise that pruning is necessary to clear infrastructure and improve tree health. The root protection area definition in the PDP is outdated and inaccurate. I've requested a change to move to the 12 times diameter at breast height method, which is internationally recognised and research has shown is a much better predictor of a tree's root zone.
Mr. Spencer, I should say you're pushing at an open door. Mr. McCutcheon has shifted ground in reply.
He has. I note Mr. McCutcheon's supplementary statement and he suggested a middle ground. And this is very helpful and a good step in the right direction. I'm still concerned that the incorrect definitions will allow the RPA to miscalculate by using the half height or drip line method. And Mr. Partridge just touched on this in his submission. I can talk more about that later if you have any other questions. The definition of a technician arborist, I note Mr. Melville's response to my evidence that there's flexibility in this definition. However, I think it would still be helpful to provide more certainty on who has been approved by the council, particularly as this already occurs in practice. I still consider that the reference to the council's approved list is appropriate. I also want to note that Christchurch City Council maintains a list of technician arborists as well. For tree R1, I'd like to see the ability to prune tree to industry best practice included as a permitted activity. For example, the removal of crossing and rubbing branches, which can be a corrective measure and helps improve tree structure, should be provided for without the need for a resource consent. If necessary, a further amendment could be made to this rule to provide that D, the works are recommended by a technician arborist and will be in accordance with arboricultural best practice, and tree S1 is complied with. For tree R2, it's appropriate to include footpaths and other infrastructure within this chapter. Placing it elsewhere could mean it's overlooked or not fully understood, for example, the compliance with tree S4. For tree S2, the requirement to wait 1 hour should be removed and the arborist should only be required to provide notification as it becomes practical to do so. And for tree S4, a minor wording change was requested to include all trenchless techniques, not just directional drilling. This has been accepted and changed, so thank you very much.
Only one question from me, Mr. Spencer. Suggestion amendment to R1. Do we need to provide as to why you might want to prune other than in the listed situations? Because I'm thinking of a scenario where people want to prune trees to improve their appearance or to maintain a view, and they might that pruning might be in accordance with best arboricultural practice, but the question is, if it's done for those sort of purposes, should it be a permitted activity? Should that be the subject of further consideration?
Yes, it should be considered further because you might detract from the reason for the notable listing in the first place. If you, yes, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yes, there needs to be. Those techniques aren't best practice.
Well, that's the owner's rationale.
Yeah, okay.
And that if the owner says, well, I want to be able to see my magnificent view of the harbour and not have that tree obscure it, and lines up a technician arborist saying, how do I achieve my objective in accordance with best arboricultural practice?
Yeah. Taking the top off the tree, it isn't best practice.
Yeah, but it might not necessarily be the top. It might be
Yeah, okay. You're sort of suggesting there's too much wiggle room.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I disagree with you, but how do you cover off that it's actually being done for a legitimate reason that's consistent with the notification of the tree, with the values of the notable tree?
It doesn't affect the values of the tree.
Yeah.
As a supplementary requirement, so yeah, you'd have to say it doesn't affect shape and form. Yeah, I think that's how you cover that off. Yeah, I agree. We don't want to prune trees for views. That's not why they're listed notably. Yeah.
Mr. McMahon?
Yes. Two from me, Mr. Spencer. Firstly, thank you for the turquoise track changes in your appendix with the changes, or teal, maybe they were. On the definition of root protection area, I failed to find the definitions in the 42A, but can you just take us through how that differs from Mr. McCutcheon's middle ground and you've read the evidence of
yes.
Mr. Partridge?
So
what are the key elements of that?
Mr. McCutcheon had in his supplementary evidence an image of some trees with a indicative root protection area, I think they were.
Yes.
Now that they look to me to just follow the drip line of the tree.
Okay.
And Mr. Partridge talked about the dangers of that, in that often there's no measurement of height in that image, and there's no actual measurement of trunk girth, which is where we get the best root zone protection. So you could end up with a situation where the root zone is drastically reduced in that indicative image. What concerns me is then someone could go ahead and this is the root zone, so I do whatever activity without considering the actual root zone.
Usually an image is of assistance, so you're suggesting in this case the indicative image perhaps deflates matters.
When I look at the image, I say that to me would say that's the root zone, so I would drive my trench straight past that without consideration of the actual root zone, and because it's permitted, I don't need to engage an expert to tell me that actually the root zone is not that.
Yes,
that makes sense.
So the image aside, is there any material differences in the wording that you've provided between what you've provided and Mr. McCutcheon and Mr. Partridge?
I'd like to remove the reference to half height and drip line completely and just talk about 12 times diameter at breast height.
Okay.
Definition for the RPA.
I think Mr. Partridge's suggestion was because all the trees have been measured, to alter the map to show.
If you'd have to measure the girth of each tree.
Yeah, but I think Mr. Partridge's point was, for the purposes of assessment of notable trees, they will have been measured. And so his suggestion was map 12 times diameter.
Yeah, that will be very helpful. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. And my final question, Spencer, was just in relation to the definition of technical arborist. And you've suggested that there is reference to the council's list of approved consultants, not actually the names of people themselves in the district plan, but just reference to the list.
Yeah, so people can drop on and off the list more easily than you wouldn't put. Yeah, you wouldn't name people or companies in the district plan, no.
Right, and I think that's a similar concept that's been expressed in relation to heritage professionals also.
Yeah, I think it's much more useful for people to just click on a list, link to the list in the website, and then they know who to talk to. There's a phone number or an email or whatever.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That was all from me.
Thank you very much, both, for your input.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have a brief adjournment before we hear from Ms. Kahn. Thank you. submission. We've all read your submission. In fact, I've read it about 3 times, and I've also read your speaking notes. So, and the additional material you provided to us. And this is really your opportunity. Is there anything else that you haven't put on paper that you want to tell us, or is there anything that you put on paper that you particularly want to highlight? Like, the floor is open that for you. And the other thing I should say is, because we're a little delayed, we'll go as long as it takes.
Appreciate that. Yes, I have written down a number of points that I'd like to discuss.
Is the actual remote on? You have is the green light show? Press the button.
Yes.
And because you've got a very quiet voice.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I need to bring the microphone a bit closer.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, as I was saying, I have quickly written down some points that I'd like to go over, and then of course really happy to take your questions.
Please do.
Okay, so I'll try and run through this as quickly as I can because I know it's the end of the day and you're tired. So my first point that I'd like to express is that I've been highly disappointed with the actions and attitude of the WCC. My position is that of other homeowners that they've been unreasonable, and the repeated theme throughout this entire ordeal has been one of dismissal, refusal to engage, and an inability to acknowledge even one of my concerns. So from the outset, I clearly and concisely expressed my concerns to the WCC, and they were dismissed. Further submissions, i.e. submitters, raised these concerns, including my human rights concerns, and again the outcome was no engagement. This eventually forced me to reluctantly contact the HRC, and the HRC sent a letter to Wellington City Council requesting agreement to a mediated dialogue. I wish to make clear that the WCC rejected this offer at first. The HRC rang me to inform me that they were not willing to talk with me or accept their offer of mediation. However, on Friday last week, there was a remarkable change, and that's thanks to you, Chair, for your questioning of the WCC's lawyers. The Council said it would consider engaging in dialogue with me. So again, thank you very much. The HRC contacted me on Friday last week to inform me they had received a letter from the WCC, and I will table that later for your information. So I think it's important to stress, however, that this was not the Council's choice. It was only because you forced them into this position. An illustration of what we homeowners have faced, which is Council's refusal to listen to us. Another important note is this willingness is subject to the outcome of your decision. Council have stated that they reserve the right not to talk to me should your decision be of a particular nature. And I can only put 2 and 2 together to know what decision of yours will result in them talking to me and what won't. So my position is that the WCC should have addressed my concerns from day one. It should not have taken you, Chair, raising legal concerns following HRC's involvement for the WCC to talk to me. It's concerning that this level of escalation is required for WCC to even listen to homeowners. I believe it's their duty to listen. They don't. And their statement last week that you could seemingly ignore the HRC demonstrates clearly to me the mentality, which seems to include their opinion that they're above the law. I note with interest that other councils within New Zealand, including those within the Wellington region, Kapiti and Upper Hutt, do not proceed with listing without owners' agreements. To wrap up this point, I'd like to thank you, panel, for something else, which is, for the first time ever, I received an acknowledgement from the WCC, and it's in the letter, about the seriousness of listing for owners. It's in their final paragraph. Here they state that they understand the toll. I'd like to point out that no such understanding was ever given to me before this. I was merely repeatedly informed that I was not able to grasp the quote honour that I was receiving and that I should be happy. So my next point is some comments on the letter that was sent to HRC last week. Can I ask, have the council tabled that letter? Have any of you read it?
No.
No, okay. Well, in the letter, there's a clear changing of tack by the WCC. As I say, everything I've ever received in writing, every discussion I had, this was at the beginning when they actually took my calls, because later on they did not, put firm emphasis on my family's story. I was repeatedly told that we want to honour the Kahns and that Wellingtonians need to know your family story. Now, to my surprise, this letter, at least in my reading of it, tries to imply the Kahn story is basically irrelevant and that this is all to do with Pliska. So I'm quite surprised at this sudden change of tact. I put it to you that it's a reach that my house can be divorced from my family's history. My family's history is so tied to my home's heritage that to now argue in the 11th hour that it really isn't is reaching. I mean, it's called the Kahn house, it's not called the Pliska house. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the value does lie all with Pliska. It's not to do with my family. If this is the case, then why is Pliska's social housing not the focus? If district plan heritage listings are all about the importance of structures to Wellington community, the New Zealand community, and that New Zealand society deems Pliska to have been of great importance to the community, and that WCC deem it of critical to honour, Pliska's legacy, not the Kahns, then it's Pliska's social housing projects that hold the heritage value. This is what is of value to society, not his private commissions for a few recently arrived to New Zealand foreigners or a few wealthy individuals. And I maintain my position that 3 houses, including his finest work, are sufficient. What other architects get 4 private commissions in one city deemed necessary to list? So I argue it's a social housing that society deems important, if anything, that they can visit and see and which actually serves the community. I argue it's not a private, isolated home, essentially invisible to the public, that was built for a family that only came to New Zealand a few years prior that society values. And I also see that no other home is subject to the owner's story being so central to it. No other home is having the owner's personal family information being publicly broadcast. And just to emphasise, we still own our home, unlike the other houses that have been through several purchases. So to wrap up this point, regarding Wellington City Council's repeated insistence that I simply cannot grasp that they are honouring my family and that I should be pleased, I put the question to the panel. Do you think imposing restrictions on me and financial instability in honour of my family is fair? Do you think my ancestors or Pliska would regard this action as honouring them or me? How would you feel in my situation? Or if your children were facing this situation? But the biggest question to me is, where is the evidence for the council's assertion? I have personally failed to find even one person who cares about my house being listed. Yet I have found countless people extremely frustrated that Wellington City Council has and is spending tens and tens, if not hundreds of thousands, forcing my hidden private home onto the plan rather than spending their taxpayer money on issues and things that they actually care about. I feel it's the council's duty to provide evidence of my home's significance to Wellington society. In fact, Wellington City Council do not have a mandate to protect my home or any other at any cost. The compromising of my financial well-being, not to mention health and safety, etc., is not a cost they can dismiss as one I must bear without evidence of why this is so. And in my opinion, no evidence has been provided. Third point I'd like to make is some comments regarding Heritage New Zealand. So I think you're aware that I'm attempting to remove my home from Heritage New Zealand's list. I'd just like to give you some context. First of all, the timing of Heritage New Zealand listing in 2005. This was just after my grandmother had died. Indeed, a visit from Heritage New Zealand and photos of our house inside and out took place within days of her death. I put it to you that the emotional state of my family was not that where good decisions would have been made. Other context. Heritage New Zealand thought my father was dead. He is very much alive. In one of my conversations with them, I was told, it was stated, well, your father is dead. So I have to say that was probably the worst moment in this entire process, where I got a huge shock because I thought they knew something I didn't. So listing took place just after my grandmother died, not in the 63 years she was alive, and district plan nomination when it was apparently believed my father had died, almost 20 years after the original listing. So I leave it to you to mull over these timings and what they suggest as to the integrity of these organisations. And I personally would very much like to understand an explanation for these timings. I consider it not unreasonable to expect one. So Heritage New Zealand argue that they clearly stated, that is made explicit to my father, that there could be consequences of the listing. My father firmly denies this, and I believe him. The fact that he's on record years later, newspaper article in 2011, I believe, is quite obviously not being aware restrictions were possible, supports this. But let's, for the sake of argument, accept Heritage New Zealand's assertion that they told my father. Then why, some years later, when my father was offered support for maintaining the house, the moment he found out there would be consequences, he refused? Does this sound like the actions of a man who realised there could be consequences anyway? Every single action of my father's in statement is rejection of the idea of restrictions on owners and his apparent unawareness of it. But let's just say Heritage New Zealand can get away in a legal sense with saying they informed him by line in a letter. Of course, an aside, where's the evidence he read this letter? When I've requested Heritage New Zealand provide evidence, my father received the letters in the mail that they say they have. They've been unable to provide me with that evidence. But let's say, as I said, in a legal sense, they informed him with a line in a letter. I asked the panel, did Heritage New Zealand carry out their duty to a member of the lay public to make it exceptionally clear there were consequences by a line in a letter? I argue that that shows a lack of integrity at least. Consequences were not explained to our family. How is a lay person supposed to know what give regard to means in a legal sense, the full implications of this phrase? In fact, having now directly experienced Wellington City Council's and Heritage New Zealand's methods, I'm even more convinced that no such careful explanation took place. As Matthew Kerr and Sarah Cutton put it so eloquently and clearly in their submission statements, it is clear that at every step we owners must discover for ourselves what the real consequences of these agencies' actions are. No such information is ever offered freely or given out. We homeowners are left to discover for ourselves the consequences of the quote honours that we are receiving. Indeed, the line that is repeatedly pushed is that there are no bad outcomes for owners. I maintain that Heritage New Zealand at best failed in their duty to clearly explain to a retired elderly man whose mother had just died what listing potentially meant. The Heritage New Zealand Act requires consideration of owners. I acknowledge they do not need consent, but they do need to consider owners. I leave it to your judgment whether they considered my father. Also, it's informing me in no uncertain terms that unless my house has visually changed, they will not remove it from the list. Is this giving any leeway for consideration of owners? How is this ultimatum a criterion that is impossible to reach? They know full well the exterior hasn't been changed, the actual, square. How is this considering owners? Another concern, a very big concern I have with Heritage New Zealand is they did not support the listing of the Soch House. That is, the owners of the Soch House requested that it not go on the district plan. Similar to me, I also requested this. Heritage New Zealand opposed my submission, but they lay silent on the Soches. Why? I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Soch House is actually Plishka's crowning achievement, not just within Wellington, but within the whole of New Zealand. And this is internationally recognised, and anyone that knows anything about Plishka knows this. I should advise the panel that the HRC, the Human Rights Commission, is at this moment drafting a letter to HNZ also. I have serious questions why Heritage New Zealand do not want Plishka's most famous work, yet only one of his minor works, and my house is a minor work because our budget was so limited. Why my house has been listed for 18 years and the Soch House still isn't listed by Heritage New Zealand. In fact, what was a rather huge surprise to me is that apparently Heritage New Zealand didn't even know the Soch House existed until I had a conversation with them a few months ago. Okay, let me repeat that. These supposed experts were not aware of Plishka's most famous work that lies a few kilometres away. Next point. My house has supposedly been of national significance for almost 20 years. And indeed, if we go with the Docomo identification in 1999, almost a quarter of a century. So why is it only now proposed for listing? This fact doesn't support the statement as of national significance, but I want to float the question to you. Could it be that previous generations of employees at Wellington City Council understood the reason why it shouldn't be forced on the plan? That is, they were more than aware of my father's opposition to controls. Could it be that they understood they shouldn't force it on, and yet this generation does not? I also want to say that the district plan has changed before and it will change again in the future. Indeed, the only certainty is that all laws change continually in society as time passes. So who's to know what the future generations will change it to? Thus, it could get worse for us owners. That is, Wellington City Council claims the consequences are not bad for us, but this is an untenable claim because they do not know what will happen in the future. Next point. I believe the Wellington City Council has not met their legal requirements and they've failed in their duty and legislative requirements to order how much of an impact this will have on me and other owners. It's required under Section 32 of the Act, the RMA, that there be a balanced assessment. and no such assessment has been carried out for any of our homes. Again, Matthew Kerr and Sarah Cutton's submission goes into great detail about this, and I defer to them for the legal case and requirements. The Wellington City Council assessment must demonstrate a degree of effort that is commensurate with the losses incurred on we owners. Where are these assessments? Under section 32, they must not just demonstrate heritage value, but provide a cost-benefit analysis for society and the owner. And no evidence that they have done this for our homes. Equally, where's the evidence to claim that my home is of importance to society? I put it to you that if I ask 100 Aucklanders, people from Christchurch, even Wellingtonians on the street, if they know of the Kahn House, if it's important to them that it's listed, I will fail to find even one. We're not the Beehive or the Monastery or Ernest Rutherford's house or such. And in 100 years, as I heard the other day, one of the council people saying it's important it be here in 100 years. What's the evidence that society is going to value it in 100 years? I believe I have the right to some data that supports the council's claims that taking control of my home benefits society, either current or in the future. The council give me their opinion that there will be minimum impact on me, minimal consequences, and I don't think that's good enough. It's their legal duty to provide a detailed analysis of the impacts on us homeowners, financial, health and safety, psychological, etc. We have provided evidence we will all face devastating consequences. The council's opinion, we do not, is not acceptable. It's not their role to give opinions, it's their role to provide evidence. And I would just like to draw attention to the fact that it seems we homeowners are repeatedly met with the retort that all evidence we supply, even expert evidence, is just our opinions. That you, panel, can dismiss it. Well, I put it to you that it is the council that is the one freely offering opinions. And their opinions don't get to trump professional analysis. Finally, I've noticed watching the streams, the various turnarounds by the council recently as a direct consequence of your pushing back on their statements. And for this, I thank you. Next point. For me, the questions that need answering are what is being protected, who is it being protected for, and what financial and other devastation is acceptable for society to impose on my family. What is being protected? I will argue in a few minutes that a fundamental error is being made in the notion that the heritage lies in the physical house, in the wood and glass. It does not. It lies in the non-physical. Wellington City Council are trying to protect the wrong thing. Indeed, by putting restrictions on my family, the heritage value of my house is in fact lost. Next, who are you protecting it for? Again, the argument that I heard the other day was, who's to say how long the Kahn family will own it? Of course, who's to say? And that in 100 years, what if a developer wants to pull it down and put up 3 townhouses? That was what I heard the other day. Well, I just want to ask, how on earth are we going to know what society looks like in 100 years? And even if we could know, which we can't, what is our right to tell society in 100 years what they should be doing? And how do we know the values are going to be the same? 200 years ago, the Pākehā were the dominant in this country. There was the Māori. Did the Māori have the values that the white people do now? And I would like to say that in 20 years' time, this is statistics published by the government, the demographic of New Zealand will be 24% Asian and 21% Maori, I believe, so almost 50% non-Pākehā. That's in 20 years. So in 100 years, I think you can do the maths and you'll see that most of the demographic in New Zealand will be Asian. Will they hold the same values that we do? No, they won't. Societies constantly change. So I ask, who are you protecting it for? General points I want to say. Forcing humans is a bad strategy. Forcing humans to do things never works out. It always ends in bad outcomes. And this example is no exception. The authoritarian ideology of force that the WCC is adopting this generation will work ultimately against heritage objectives, I'm afraid to say. The only reason our homes exist, and here I was pleased to note the WC finally admitting this last week, the only reason they exist is because we homeowners have, of our own free will, maintained them. Forcing us to maintain them, to how some random government employee desires, not the actual person living in the house or paying for it, will sooner or later result in bad outcomes. I can't stress this enough. How many intellectuals through the ages have explained that forcing humans to do things is an error? It is my opinion that your task is to correct the serious error in the WCC. Again, I draw your attention to the fact that other councils, such as Kapiti, recognise force to be an error. In my view, it's of extreme concern that the Wellington City Council do not understand this. Next point. Last week, I was fascinated to hear that the WCC considers there to be no unacceptable upper limit to the financial hit a homeowner takes should they decide their house is of enough value to New Zealand, of critical importance. So let's just ponder that. No upper limit. 50% loss of financial security, okay? Apparently. 80%? Apparently it is, as long as a couple of people deem it to be necessary for society. I put it to the panel that one needs to spend time carefully reflecting on this absolutely remarkable position. That there is no upper limit to the financial hit a Wellingtonian must endure if society, and by society, let's be clear, we mean a dozen or so people out of hundreds of thousands, deems it to be necessary. And I would like on a personal note to say, look, for 2,000 years, we Jewish people have been subject to this mentality. So it's not new to us. If it's deemed by society to be necessary or of value to society, then the Jews are expelled, murdered, taxed, their property stolen, etc. We Jews are always victims of what is deemed necessary for society or in society's best interests. Well, I put it to you that my family has suffered enough of this mentality. It is not important or critical to Wellington society that my family lose once again control of private property and face financial insecurity yet again. I hope the panel can see that in our case we have given enough to global societies for far too many generations, and that we deserve at least 1 or 2 generations break from this unsavoury mentality that seemingly infects every society on the planet. Next point. My feeling is that if the law was such that every council in New Zealand had to adopt the same interpretation of the incredible powers that the government has now given them, that would be fair. That would be justice. As it is, every council can interpret this act as they please. Is natural justice being served when different rules or philosophies, if you will, apply in different regions of New Zealand? Is it fair that because my home is not located a few kilometres up the road in Upper Hutt or Kapiti, I'm facing what I'm facing? Is it fair to suffer because my home happens to be nominated in a round where authoritarians apparently hold positions of power in the WCC and HNZ? Next round, employees at Wellington City Council may be aghast at forcing owners to do things against their will, as apparently the employees of WCC were before this generation. Other councils seemingly recognise these laws were not established with the intention of doing this to private homeowners. The originators of these laws did not think councils would interpret them thus. Next point, I would like to say that the impact of all this ordeal on me and other homeowners has been devastating. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. And part of the reason why I'm reluctantly engaging in this public thing is that I don't want any other Wellingtonian to have to go through this. I'm going through this because I want to explain to you that the WCC is in serious need of error correction. So let me repeat, the strain has been unquantifiable and the personal consequences, which I don't want to go into, have been devastating. And I hope that error correction occurs. I am happy to take your questions now, although if you want, I can answer what's the heritage value in the Kahn house and what I believe the restrictions are, but I leave that to you.
Well, why don't we ask you some questions and we can see if we can explore that, because I certainly want to talk to you about that. But first of all, I haven't, I could have looked it up, but I saved me the time. Tell me, how big is the house? What's the floor area?
It's a very small house. You catch me off guard now. I do know the floor area, but it's a very small house. And that's one of our grave concerns. It's already too small for us.
How many family members do you have living there?
2 at the moment. But as I'm sure you'll recall from my submission, half the kitchen has to be in the basement. So you have to walk outside to get to the freezer, etc. There's no laundry in the house, so you have to walk down concrete steps. I should say that my father has fallen, and I can provide you with the medical records 7 times in 5 weeks, requiring hospitalisation and serious injuries.
How many bedrooms?
3. Well, there's 3. You can make it 3.
Is this like the third one's a broom closet?
It's a study at the moment, yeah. But there is concern. I know this was brought up by another submitted last week about the 10% rule. Adding 10% onto our home won't do anything. You might get a tiny bathroom. So it's my concern that I've been, again, this is from the horse's mouth, so to speak, the council. They have made it more than clear that even if we applied to extend our home, it would be rejected because they do not want us to touch the outside visual. So they would not let us extend. And that's coming from them.
Now the talk about philosophically, your submission made a strong point that you want what other Wellingtonians possess, and one of the things that we've heard repeatedly about is that there are all sorts of constraints in the district plan on what other Wellingtonians can do with their houses. And the issue we're discussing here is there's a subset of constraints around heritage values, but there are, I think, 500, 600 listed homes. So there are a lot of people in the same boat as you in terms of the level of restrictions.
Are most of those in heritage areas, or are they single isolated houses?
Well, some of it's a mixture of the two, and like there are a lot of heritage houses that are also in heritage areas in Mount Vic or in Thorndon, but equally they're spread around the rest of the place as well. So in terms of, but more fundamentally, the district plan is a mechanism by which constrains people's freedom to do whatever they want. It goes with the territory and the outer limits of that. And of course, there is the Section 32 process that you've fastened on that Dr. Kerr and Ms. Cutton have given us chapter and verse on. But more fundamentally, it's about restrictions, and the outer limits are the Section 85 principles that you discuss in your submission, sort of depriving people of their right to make any reasonable use of their land. So you've made a strong argument that these restrictions hit the Section 85 button. And the question is, in my mind, does it reach the stage of depriving you of any reasonable use? It's certainly depriving you of the use that you want to make of it.
Yeah, I think it does. I should perhaps inform you of something. When I first received the report, I'm sure you've all read it, the original one in June last year when we were advised that it was proposed for the district plan. You'll recall that it said, and I'm not sure if any other house got this, we weren't allowed to touch the inside, the outside, or the land. Okay, so everything. Now, when I rang the council, this is again when they were actually taking my calls because they stopped taking them and they advised all their staff that they weren't to talk to me. When I called up in utter disbelief that we weren't even allowed to touch a light bulb in our house, they backtracked and claimed it was an error. Now, I'm skeptical that it was an error because it took them days to decide that it was an error. So let me repeat that. They wanted us to be able to touch not our land, not anything inside the house or the shell of the house. What concerns me is there seems to be a rather disturbing focus on my house. There seems to be an unnatural interest in my house. It's my opinion that you can't or you shouldn't attempt to control the future. The house was built in 1942. It was fine for living then. It's not fine for living now. And God knows how inappropriate it'll be for living in the future, 20 years, 50 years hence. Already, I can tell you, because my grandmother lived there when she was elderly, my father's elderly now, it's not suitable. It needs modifications, okay? I've been informed that these modifications will not be allowed. So to answer, does this have a terrible effect on lifestyle? Yes, it does. Already now.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm sure you recall an elderly person can't open that sliding door. My grandmother and my father have suffered repeated injuries because the house needs modification.
Well, that was one of the things I wanted to ask you about. That putting aside where the council might have started, what's on the table at the moment is only protection on the exterior fabric. Now that clearly
can change at any time.
But that's what's on the table at the moment.
Sure.
That you've got reasons why the inability to extend the house is a major problem for you. I understand that. But on the rules of the plan as they stand, you could do anything you wanted to the interior.
But the house is too small to make the changes we need. How can I miraculously come up with space for the kitchen and another bathroom, etc.? I can't. It's impossible. The house is tiny.
Okay.
I would invite you to come up and have a look at it.
Well, if you're open to us visiting, I'll talk to my colleagues and we'll see if we'll take you up on that. Like, we have a number of, well, you're not the only submitter who's asked us to come and look at their properties, and so I'll talk to my colleagues and we may take you up on that, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I think that's all the questions I had, but I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Commissioners?
Good evening, Dr.
Hi.
Kahn. The first question I had is towards the beginning of your presentation and later on towards the end, you referenced what other councils are doing in this space. And you made reference, I think, to Kapiti and one of the Huts councils.
Yeah, I could be wrong in that, what they do, but.
Okay. And the point you were making is that other councils don't proceed with listings without owner's agreement. That isn't my complete experience. I have noticed that other councils have, for example, on a previous hearing in in Hutt City, the council is seeking to add heritage listings as part of this process. And there's been submissions against that from an organisation called the Voluntary Heritage Group, who and their position is protection should only be put in place where there's agreement from the landowner. So what you say has some element of fact to it in relation to what submitters are seeking, but not all councils are actually adopting that approach.
I understood previously the council, Wellington City Council, didn't list without owner's consent, other generations. Is that incorrect as well? Because
I can only speak to what I know, and that's the current operative plan, which was produced around the turn of the century, 2000, does have individual listings on private property in it, and so some of those listings, those have been carried across into the proposed plan. Yeah. Look, there's not a question there. I just wanted to make you aware of that. What's the current status of the application to Heritage New Zealand to have the listing delisted?
They apparently have a year to decide if they want to accept my proposal to delist. Yes. So it's right at the beginning.
So it's only just been lodged, and that application's only just, I've got a copy of it.
Yeah, it's only just been lodged. Okay. So apparently they do a review just to even see if it'll go forward. But I've been told in no uncertain terms that it's not going to.
Okay, and in any event, it could come, any decision on that could come too late to inform this process.
Oh, 100% it'll come too late, yeah.
Okay.
But I also have queries just for your interest that reviews can't be conducted internally, and from what I understand, it is going to be an internal review. So that's, again, a human rights complaint.
Okay. The third question, Dr. Kahn, was you referred to Pliska's most famous dwelling, and I didn't quite get to record the name of that house.
SUTCH, such or such, or whatever, it's
Yes.
Smith House.
Yes,
It's on your,
Yes, I've got. I thought that's what it was, and
yeah, it's the one in Brooklyn.
yes,
Yes, it's Todman Street in
Mm.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's the most stunning house, yeah.
yes.
But they're, I believe, contesting this as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all from me.
Just one. Thank you very much for explaining all the background information, and we have read the submissions. And one question I'd like to ask you, you have actually described in your submission that changes have been made to the house over time. Interior and also the exterior landscape has been transformed. Have these changes been made before the place was actually scheduled with Heritage New Zealand, or was that after?
It took place, again, I was overseas, I'm not sure, in 2005. Like after my grandmother died, my dad changed it, and the listing happened in 2005. So I can't be clear, you know, the exact timings. That I would have to find out. But it's basically the same
Around the same time. Yeah.
But yeah, I should say the windows, which are the key feature of the house, they've been changed entirely. They used to be divided up, and now they're just huge glass. I mean, it's not even similar. And all the other windows were changed entirely. So,
Great, thank you.
I would like to say that the heritage value of the house, I don't think it lies in what the council is asserting it lies in. So I believe that the heritage value lies only with my family, the physical house. It's just like the photos, your house, the heritage value lies with you. It doesn't lie with me. I don't think the heritage value is anything to society. And I think I can assert this for good reason, because I failed to find anyone that actually wants my house listed. But I think heritage is not just about physical entities, it's about non-physical entities, such as music, cultural practices, religion, moral breakthroughs, etc. That's also heritage for society. And I would argue that the heritage in my house is the moral breakthroughs, such as property rights, flight to freedom, flight from authoritarianism, etc. That this is what is the heritage value of Pliska and the Kahn family. It's the flight for freedom. That's the heritage value. So if you then now impose restrictions on my family, you're removing all heritage. I just don't see how council does not understand this concept. You're trying to protect the wrong thing. That's not where the heritage lies. I don't know if I expressed that in the right way, but
I think we understand what you mean.
yeah, I think they've got it backwards, and I think someone needs to explain it to them. It's not, the heritage is not in the wood and the glass. It's like saying for the Declaration of Independence that the heritage lies in the pen that wrote the original thing. It's not, it's in the laws themselves, it's in the concepts that came. That's what's a heritage for a society. And it's the same here.
Okay. You good? I think that's it from us, Ms. Kahn.
Okay.
I think we've got two loose ends here. I've got to issue a minute directing that. I think that what I will say is that the personal information you've given is to be held confidentially. And secondly, I'll talk to my colleagues, and if we want to come and see your place, then we'll be in touch. And if the answer is we don't, then don't take it personally, because we've got
you have a lot.
we have a number of places to look at. We don't have that much time in which to do it.
Yeah. But yeah, I really hope you can, well, no, I appreciate, because I do believe you are listening to us homeowners, and I think you're hearing repeated themes, and I hope this indicates to you that there are some fundamental problems that, like I say, error correction is needed, because independently we're all telling you the same things.
Okay, well, on that note,
Thank you.
we will adjourn proceedings for the day and be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Oh, it's-